What if humanity did not evolve slowly from the dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands that came from beyond the sky? Before Darwin drew his tree of life, before Genesis spoke of clay and breath, there were tablets pressed into Mesopotamian soil that told a stranger story, that we are made things, crafted by beings who descended from the heavens with knowledge of flesh and gene, of double helix spiraling like temple stairs towards something we were never meant to remember. The Sumerian scribes, among the first to press reed into wet clay, recorded names that modern scholars would later dismiss as mythology. The Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. Yet the texts do not read like myth. They read like memory, encoded in wedge marks that speak of genetic mixing, of primitive workers fashioned from existing hominids, of gods who grew weary of labor and decided to create servants in their image. Perhaps those ancient scribes were not inventing pantheons, but preserving something too vast to be spoken directly, a truth about origins that could only survive if disguised as divine poetry. The timeline itself whispers impossibility. 10,000 years before the Common Era, humanity existed as scattered bands of hunter-gatherers, leaving little more than stone tools and cave paintings. Yet by 4,000 years before our time, civilizations had erupted across the Fertile Crescent with knowledge that seemed to arrive fully formed, writing systems of impossible complexity, astronomical calculations accurate to degrees invisible to the naked eye, mathematical frameworks we still use to measure the turning of hours. The gap between these states feels less like progress and more like installation, as though software had been uploaded into hardware that was suddenly, inexplicably ready to receive it. Modern evolutionary theory struggles with this acceleration, this leap from crude survival to sophisticated civilization that occurred not over millions of years, but mere millennia. What if the answer lies not in the slow burn of natural selection, but in the deliberate intervention of those the ancients called gods? What if the Anunnaki were not metaphors for natural forces, but engineers of the biological, geneticists working with the clay of our ancestors' DNA, pressing divine essence into earthly base pairs until something new breathed? Perhaps that is why the creation narratives across cultures share the same unsettling precision. They do not describe gods conjuring humanity from nothing, but mixing, combining, fashioning from what already existed. The Sumerian Atrahasis speaks of gods binding their essence with the clay of the earth. Genesis echoes this with dust and divine breath. The Egyptian Khnum molds humanity on his potter's wheel, always the same pattern, raw material shaped by conscious intent, primitive form elevated through divine contribution. To read these texts as mere mythology is to miss their technical quality, the way they describe creation as procedure rather than miracle, step by step, essence by essence, until the first worker could stand and labor under alien instruction. Yet something in us resists this notion with peculiar intensity. Perhaps it is not ignorance that makes us dismiss the ancient texts, but something deeper, a genetic prohibition, a forgetting engineered into our very cells. For if the texts are true, they also speak of a flood, a deliberate erasure, a moment when the gods looked upon what they had made and decided it had remembered too much, become too aware, threatened the order they had descended from the stars to maintain. So let us drift into the quiet of those first genetic stirrings, when the stars still remembered what the Earth would one day forget. The first time modern scholars encountered the name Anunnaki, buried in cuneiform tablets weathered by millennia, they assumed it was mythology, another pantheon of imagined gods to file alongside Zeus and Odin, deities invented to explain thunder and harvest, birth and death. Yet the more they translated, the stranger the text became. The Anunnaki were not described in the vague poetic language of most ancient pantheons. They appeared in lists, in genealogies, in what read less like hymns and more like organizational charts. Each had a specific role, a domain of responsibility, a position within a hierarchy so precise it felt bureaucratic. Anu ruled from a distant realm, rarely descending, his authority absolute but remote. Enlil managed earthly operations, oversaw the labor forces, made decisions about resource allocation. Enki, called Ea in later Akkadian texts, served as chief scientist, the one who worked with genetic material, who mixed essences, who solved the problem of creating workers when the gods themselves grew weary of mining and building and shaping the raw earth into something useful. These were not gods in the sense that later civilizations would understand divinity. They did not demand worship so much as acknowledge service. The tablets describe them not as eternal, omnipotent beings, but as powerful entities with limitations, politics, disagreements. They argued in council. They formed factions. They competed for resources and influence. When the texts speak of Inanna stealing the me from Enkitho's mysterious divine decrees or technologies, it reads not as mythological drama, but as corporate espionage, one department head acquiring another's proprietary knowledge. The language is strangely mundane, concerned with quotas and complaints, exhaustion and rebellion. Before humanity's creation, the texts say, the Anunnaki themselves performed the labor of civilization building. They dug canals, they mined precious metals. They grew weary, and their weariness led to crisis, and crisis demanded solution. It is as though the ancients were describing not worship, but workforce management, not theology, but applied genetics. Ninmah, called Ninhursag in some texts, appears again and again as the birth goddess, the one who perfected the genetic template, who carried the first humans in artificial wombs, or perhaps in her own body, depending on how one interprets the Sumerian phrasing. She is not a distant fertility symbol, but an active participant in biological engineering, working alongside Enki to solve the technical problems of creating a being intelligent enough to follow complex instructions, but not so intelligent as to question its servitude. The texts describe experiments, failures, prototypes that did not function correctly, beings born without sight, without the capacity to hold their own urine, without the strength to stand. Each failure refined the template until finally the mixture was correct, the balance achieved. 7 pairs were created initially, male and female, and from them would come the workforce the Anunnaki needed. Perhaps what unsettles modern readers is not the strangeness of this narrative, but its familiarity. We live now in an age of genetic engineering, of CRISPR gene editing, of conversations about designer babies and the ethics of human enhancement. The language the Sumerians used, mixing essences, binding one kind of being with another, creating servants with specific traits, sounds uncomfortably close to the language of modern laboratories. When Enki speaks in the Atrahasis epic of taking the clay and combining it with the blood of a god, he could be describing the insertion of synthetic DNA sequences into existing genomes, the elevation of primitive hominid biology through the introduction of foreign genetic material. The Sumerians had no word for chromosome, no concept of base pairs and amino acid sequences, yet they described a process that sounds, when translated into modern understanding, remarkably like genetic modification. The tablets do not present this as miracle. They present it as engineering, as problem-solving, as the application of knowledge to matter. Enki is praised not for divine power, but for cleverness, for figuring out how to create a being that could survive Earth's conditions while possessing enough of the Anunnaki's genetic legacy to be useful. The texts speak of him as one might speak of a brilliant researcher, someone who understood principles that others had not yet grasped. And when the creation succeeded, when the first humans stood and breathed and comprehended instruction, the reaction described in the tablets is not awe, but satisfaction. The gods had solved their labor problem. The experiment had worked. What the tablets preserve then may not be religious doctrine, but something closer to case study, technical documentation from a project whose scope and ambition we are only now beginning to comprehend. When one reads that the Anunnaki descended from the heavens and shaped humanity, the question is no longer whether gods can exist, but what the word gods might have meant to people describing beings with technology and knowledge so advanced it seems supernatural, inevitable, divine. In the Atrahasis epic, preserved on tablets that spent millennia beneath Mesopotamian soil, the creation of humanity is described with uncomfortable precision. The gods, the text says, grew weary of labor. They needed workers, and so they decided to create them. What follows is not the poetic account of divine breath entering dust, but something closer to a technical manual, a step-by-step description of genetic experimentation that sounds disturbingly modern when one strips away the ancient vocabulary and examines the underlying process being described. The Anunnaki had come to Earth with purpose, the texts suggest. They mined gold, perhaps for reasons their homeworld required, extracting precious metals from deep within the planet's crust. For thousands of years, the lower-ranking Anunnaki performed this exhausting labor themselves, toiling in mines and refineries, their discontent growing until it erupted into rebellion. The texts describe a strike, a refusal to continue, the lesser gods throwing down their tools and threatening the cosmic order that had brought them here. Enlil, ever the administrator, wanted to punish the rebels. But Enki, the scientist, proposed a different solution. Why punish when you could innovate? Why force gods to labor when the planet already contained primitive hominids, creatures that walked upright, used crude tools, possessed the basic framework upon which something more sophisticated might be built? To create, in their understanding, was not to conjure from nothing, but to remix what already existed. The process described in the tablets is specific enough to be troubling. Enki proposed taking an existing creature, what the Sumerians called the Lulu, or mixed being, perhaps an early hominid species, and elevating it through the introduction of Anunnaki genetic material. The texts speak of essence and blood of a god, terms that might translate in modern language to genetic sequences, to DNA extracted and prepared for insertion into a compatible host genome. This essence was to be mixed with the clay of the earth. And while clay might seem like mere metaphor, the Sumerian language was precise, technical, concerned with materials and their properties. What if Clay referred not to soil, but to the organic material of the primitive hominid, the base genetic structure waiting to be modified, shaped, elevated through the binding of something foreign to something native. The tablets describe Enki and Ninmah working together, experimenting with different combinations and ratios. This was not instantaneous creation. The first attempts failed. The texts are explicit about this, describing beings born without the capacity to function, some blind, some unable to control bodily functions, some lacking the motor coordination to stand or work. Each failure provided information, refined the template, brought them closer to the correct balance. Ninmah would take the mixture, allow it to gestate, birth the prototype, observe the results. They adjusted, they modified, they tried again. It reads less like divine creation and more like laboratory trial and error, each iteration bringing them closer to a viable product. Perhaps that is why the number 7 appears so frequently in creation narratives. 7 failed attempts before success. 7 pairs initially created. 7 generations to perfect the template. In Mesopotamian thought, 7 was the number of completion, of cycles fulfilled, but it may also have represented something more literal. The actual number of experimental iterations required to produce a stable, functional human worker, capable of understanding instruction, performing complex tasks, yet remaining docile enough not to question the fundamental inequality of serving beings who had shaped them for precisely that purpose. The binding process itself is described with a ritualistic quality that might mask technical procedure. Ninmah would take the divine essence, mix it with the clay in a purifying bath, speak words over the mixture, perhaps what we would call programming or genetic instruction, and then allow the material to develop in her womb or in some artificial gestation vessel. The texts are unclear which. What emerges from these descriptions is not mystical conception, but deliberate biological engineering, the combination of 2 genetic lineages to produce something neither parent species could produce alone. The result was humanity, or at least the first template of it, intelligent enough to learn language, to use tools, to follow complex instruction sequences, strong enough to labor in conditions the Anunnaki found unpleasant, but limited, carefully calibrated, given awareness without the full capacity for abstract thought that might lead to rebellion or the recognition of their own enslavement. And yet there was something in the mixture that would prove unstable, some quality inherited from the divine essence that could not be fully suppressed. The texts hint at this, speaking of humans who began to question, to wonder, to remember things they should not know. It was this instability that would later require correction, a flood not of water, but of genetic modification, a resetting of the template to remove the dangerous inheritance of too much awareness. But that would come later. In the beginning, there was only the satisfaction of success, of a problem solved through the application of knowledge to matter. The texts do not present this as a miracle. They present it as procedure, step by step, essence by essence, until the first worker breathed. Perhaps that is what disturbs us most. Not that gods might have created us, but that they might have done so methodically, with intention, like craftsmen pressing clay into useful shapes. We were designed. We were made for purpose. And the evidence of that making may still be written in our chromosomes, in the sequences that seem inserted rather than evolved, in the genetic signatures that set us apart from every other species on Earth in ways natural selection struggles to explain. But creation, the texts suggest, was only the beginning. What followed was not paradise, but labor. And in that labor, something unexpected began to stir consciousness, memory, the capacity to ask why. There is a moment in every ancient flood narrative when the waters feel less like punishment and more like erasure. The biblical flood, the Sumerian deluge, the Akkadian epic of Gilgamesh all share a peculiar detail. The flood was intended to wipe out humanity specifically, not because humanity was evil in any moral sense that later theologians would impose upon the story, but because humanity had become something the gods had not intended. The Atrahasis epic is explicit about this. Enlil, ever concerned with order and hierarchy, complained that humans had become too numerous, too loud, too aware. Their noise disturbed his rest. But noise, in the context of these ancient texts, may have meant more than sound. It may have referred to the growing consciousness of humans, their increasing capacity to question, to remember things that should have remained forgotten, to recognize the fundamental inequality of their existence. What if the flood was not punishment, but procedure? What if Enlil sought not to destroy, but to debug? What if humanity version 2.0 was designed specifically to forget? The texts describe a council of the gods, a debate about what to do with their creation. Some Anunnaki had grown fond of the humans, particularly those who had worked closely with them, who had demonstrated unexpected capacity for loyalty, for creativity, for something approaching friendship. But Enlil saw only the threat. Humans were multiplying beyond sustainable numbers. They were consuming resources. They were developing technologies without permission, asking questions about the stars, about the nature of their creators, about why they should serve beings who looked like them, who bled like them, who were perhaps not so different after all. The genetic memory encoded in their cells, the inheritance from the divine essence, mixed into their clay, was awakening in ways the original designers had not anticipated. Some humans were beginning to remember, not through learning, but through something deeper, as if their DNA itself carried knowledge that surfaced in dreams, in visions, in the unsettling recognition that they had been made rather than born naturally into their place in the cosmic order. Enlil's solution was total. The flood would be catastrophic, absolute, a reset that would wipe the genetic slate clean and allow for a new beginning with better controls, tighter limitations, modified templates that could not develop this dangerous awareness no matter how many generations passed. But Enki, who had been the chief architect of humanity's creation, who had mixed the first essences and solved the problems of viable gestation, could not accept complete destruction of his work. The texts describe him as conflicted, torn between loyalty to his fellow Anunnaki and something like compassion for the beings he had shaped. Perhaps it was not compassion, but scientific pride. Perhaps he saw in humanity's unexpected evolution not a threat but a success, evidence that the divine genetic contribution was more powerful than anyone had realized, capable of elevating consciousness beyond even what the gods themselves possessed. And so Enki preserved a sample. The story of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, of Noah in Genesis, of Atrahasis in the Sumerian Texal, describe the same event from slightly different angles. A single human and his family were warned. They were told to build a vessel, to preserve not only themselves, but the seed of all living things. What if this seed was not merely agricultural plants and animal breeding pairs, but genetic material itself, samples of the pre-flood human genome before Enlil's modifications could take effect? The Ark becomes not a boat, but a genetic storage facility, a preservation of the original template that would allow humanity to continue even after the reset, though in modified form. Enki gave instructions with precision that sounds technical rather than mystical, specific dimensions for the vessel, waterproofing procedures, organization of the cargo by category and kind. These were not the vague directions of myth, but the careful specifications of someone preserving biological diversity through a coming catastrophe. When the flood came, it came not only as water. The texts speak of rains that lasted beyond natural possibility, of waters rising from beneath the earth as well as falling from above, of a deluge so complete that it covered the highest mountains and drowned every living thing that breathed air. But beneath this narrative of physical destruction lies another possibility. What if the flood was both literal and metaphorical? What if a catastrophic deluge did sweep across the ancient world around 10,000 years ago, as geological evidence suggests, but the true erasure was genetica-forced modification of the surviving human population, a rewriting of the code to suppress the dangerous inheritance of divine consciousness? Perhaps that is why the texts are so specific about what changed after the waters receded. When kingship descended from heaven again, when civilization was allowed to rebuild, humanity was different. The pre-flood patriarchs in biblical tradition lived for 900 years or more. After the flood, lifespans began to decline, generation by generation, until they settled into the brief decades we recognize as normal human duration. The texts attribute this to divine decree God, limiting human life because their thoughts were evil, but the pattern suggests something more deliberate than punishment. It reads like genetic modification, taking effect across successive generations, like a change written into the reproductive code that would express itself progressively, shortening telomeres, accelerating cellular decay, ensuring that no human would ever again live long enough to accumulate the kind of deep memory that comes with centuries of experience. The post-flood humans were also different in capacity. The text described the pre-flood world as a place of remarkable knowledge and achievement, of technologies and understandings that would be lost and have to be slowly, painfully rediscovered. After the flood, humanity began again from a simpler state, as if certain cognitive capabilities had been switched off, certain genetic switches that had activated during the pre-flood period were now suppressed in the modified template. The confusion of languages at Babel, occurring generations after the flood, may represent another intervention, further fragmentation of human consciousness, a scrambling of the unified understanding that had allowed post-flood humans to cooperate on projects that threatened once again to reach toward the realm of the gods. But memory, like water, finds cracks in every seal. What the Anunnaki may not have anticipated was that genetic material carries more than explicit instruction. It carries echo, shadow, the ghost of what it once encoded even after modification. Epigenetics has taught modern science that experiences can be inherited, that trauma and knowledge can be passed down through generations, not just culturally, but biologically, written into the spaces between genes. the regulatory sequences that control what gets expressed and what remains dormant, somewhere in the twisted ladders of our DNA, encoded beneath layers of suppression and modification. The original template may still exist, dormant but not deleted, waiting for the conditions that would allow it to activate once more. The flood of forgetting was engineered carefully, but engineering, no matter how sophisticated, can never account for every variable, every possibility, every way that life finds to persist beyond the boundaries set for it. The texts speak of the gods weeping at the destruction, of their regret at what necessity had forced them to do. Enlil himself, seeing the totality of the erasure, is described as troubled, as if recognizing that in solving one problem, he had created another. The modified humans who emerged from the flood were more controllable, yes, but also less remarkable, less capable of the unexpected brilliance that had made some Anunnaki question whether creation and creator were truly so different. Enki, watching his preserved sample rebuild civilization with dimmed awareness, may have known that he had saved humanity while condemning it to forgetting what it had once known, what it had once been capable of becoming. When archaeologists dig into the oldest layers of Mesopotamia, they find something curious. Beneath the flood sediment lies evidence of sudden, sophisticated culture. Above it, civilization continues, but changed, as though simplified. Certain knowledge, no longer present. Certain capabilities, no longer expressed. The discontinuity is visible in the archaeological record, a break in cultural transmission that suggests not gradual evolution, but catastrophic interruption, followed by restart from reduced capacity. What was lost in that interruption may have been more than buildings and tools. It may have been the genetic memory itself, the inheritance of awareness that had made pre-flood humans dangerous to the order the Anunnaki had descended from the stars to maintain. In the sediment layers beneath ancient Sumer, archaeologists have found something that should not exist, the evidence of sudden sophistication. No gradual progression from primitive to advanced, but an eruption of knowledge that appears fully formed, as if downloaded rather than developed. Around 3500 BCE, give or take a few centuries depending on which clay tablets one dates, writing systems of staggering complexity emerged simultaneously across the Fertile Crescent. Not simple pictographs that would slowly evolve into abstract symbols, but immediately sophisticated scripts capable of expressing abstract concepts, legal codes, astronomical calculations, medical procedures. The Sumerian cuneiform appeared with a vocabulary already numbering in the thousands, with grammatical structures that linguists still struggle to map onto any known language family, as though it had no ancestors, no developmental period, no childhood of simplification before maturity. The same pattern repeats across every domain of Sumerian knowledge. Their mathematics employed a base 60 system, exegesimal counting, that we still use today when we divide hours into 60 minutes, minutes into 60 seconds, circles into 360 degrees. Yet this system appears in the earliest tablets with no visible evolution from simpler counting methods. It simply exists, fully functional, capable of handling complex astronomical calculations, compound interest, geometric proofs. Modern mathematicians acknowledge the sophistication of base 60 for certain applications, its divisibility making it ideal for fractions and astronomical observation. But how did the Sumerians know this? How did they arrive at a mathematical framework that required understanding divisibility, astronomical cycles, and geometric principles before its advantages would become apparent? Their knowledge of the heavens troubles scholars even more. Sumerian tablets describe planets invisible to the naked eye, plotting their courses with accuracy that would not be matched again until telescopes allowed Renaissance astronomers to confirm what ancient clay had already recorded. They knew Uranus, Neptune, even distant Pluto, though these worlds appear as mere points of light even to sophisticated instruments. They describe the solar system from a perspective outside it, as though they had seen Earth from space, had mapped the orbital mechanics from a vantage point that would not become available to humanity again until we sent probes beyond the moon. Some tablets speak of Nibiru, a 12th celestial body in our solar system, a world on an elliptical orbit so vast it returns only once every few thousand years. Modern astronomers search for Planet 9, a theoretical world whose gravitational influence might explain orbital anomalies in the outer solar system. Perhaps they are looking for what the Sumerians already knew. One wonders whether this knowledge was observed or remembered, learned or inherited. The human genome itself whispers suggestions that disturb the narrative of slow, natural evolution. Around 200,000 years ago, something changed in the hominid line. Brain capacity exploded, not gradually over millions of years as natural selection would predict, but in a geological instant, a sudden leap that transformed cognitive capacity, language ability, abstract reasoning. Anthropologists call this the cognitive revolution, acknowledging its abruptness while struggling to explain what evolutionary pressure could have produced such rapid change. The standard model suggests that random mutations conferring slight advantages accumulated until a threshold was crossed. Yet the timeline is too compressed, the changes too coordinated across multiple systems' language centers. Memory formation, symbolic thinking, manual dexterity for tool use, social cognition for complex cooperation. These capabilities seem to have activated simultaneously, as though switches were thrown rather than traits gradually refined. Then there is chromosome 2, the genetic anomaly that sets humans apart from all other primates. Every great ape possesses 24 pairs of chromosomes. Humans have 23. The discrepancy is explained by what appears to be a fusion event, two ancestral chromosomes merged end to end. The telomeres still visible in the middle of our chromosome 2, like a scar, like evidence of deliberate joining. Natural fusion events are possible, certainly, but they are rare, typically lethal or severely disadvantageous, eliminated by selection pressure before they can become fixed in a population. Yet in the human line, this fusion not only survived but became universal, as though every human descends from a single population in which the fusion occurred and was then selected for rather than against. The probability of this happening naturally, of a chromosomal fusion proving advantageous enough to spread to fixation, troubles population geneticists who prefer not to calculate the odds too carefully. Perhaps more troubling is what fills our genome between the functional genes. The vast majority of human DNA, some estimates suggest over 90% appears to do nothing. It codes for no proteins, regulates no expression, serves no function that molecular biology has been able to identify. This so-called junk DNA was long dismissed as evolutionary debris, the accumulated errors and viral insertions that natural selection had not yet bothered to clean up. But recent research suggests some of this junk may not be junk at all. Certain sequences appear to be highly conserved across species, suggesting they serve some function important enough that mutation is selected against. Other sequences seem deliberately inserted rather than randomly accumulated, their structure too regular, too organized, as though they were placed there for purposes we do not yet understand. Storage, perhaps. Memory waiting to be accessed. Code that has not yet been compiled. The HAR1 gene region, found only in humans, controls crucial aspects of brain development during gestation. It is one of the fastest evolving regions in the human genome, having accumulated changes at a rate that statistical models say should not occur through random mutation and selection alone. Something drove rapid modification of this region specifically, as though brain development was being deliberately accelerated, refined, targeted for enhancement beyond what the baseline primate template could produce. The FOXP2 gene, often called the language gene, shows similar patterns. A sudden modification in the human line that granted capacity for complex speech, for grammatical structure, for the symbolic thinking that language enables. The change is recent in evolutionary terms, occurring within the time frame that texts describe the Anunnaki shaping humanity. At Göbekli Tepe in modern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered temple complexes that predate agriculture, that predate permanent settlement, that predate everything the standard model says should come before monumental architecture. Hunter-gatherers, we are told, lived in small bands, struggled to find enough food to survive, possessed neither the organizational capacity nor the population density to undertake massive construction projects requiring thousands of hours of coordinated labor. Yet Göbekli Tepe exists, its massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, its circular enclosures aligned to astronomical phenomena, its very existence arguing that either our timeline is wrong or our understanding of human capability is incomplete. The site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, placing it contemporaneous with the flood narratives, with the moment when texts say the gods descended and civilization began. And yet the artifacts suggest no learning curve, no progression from crude attempts to refined execution. The oldest structures at Göbekli Tepe are the most sophisticated. Later additions are simpler, less ambitious, as though the knowledge that built the first temples was already fading, already being forgotten by people who could no longer quite grasp what their predecessors had understood. The geneticists who study human DNA speak of bottlenecks, of moments when the population crashed so severely that all modern humans descend from a small founding group. The most significant bottleneck appears around 70,000 years ago, though some evidence suggests another around 200,000 years back, precisely when brain capacity expanded and the cognitive revolution occurred. A bottleneck implies catastrophe, mass death, survival by accident. But what if it represents not disaster, but selection, the isolation of a small group that carried specific genetic modifications, the preservation of a template that would become the ancestor of all modern humans? The biblical narrative speaks of 7 pairs, 14 individuals from whom all humanity descends. Population genetics cannot rule out numbers that small, cannot prove, but also cannot disprove that every person alive today inherited their unique combination of traits from a founding population deliberately created, genetically modified, set loose to multiply and fill the earth with workers who would remember their creators as gods. The earth itself holds memory in layers of ash and flood sediment, in the sudden appearance of domesticated grains that have no wild ancestors, in the distribution of megalithic sites that suggest a single source of knowledge spreading across continents. Everywhere archaeology digs, it finds the same discontinuity, sudden sophistication, followed by gradual decline, as though civilization had been installed at a high level and then slowly degraded as the original knowledge faded from genetic memory into cultural transmission, from inheritance into mythology, from truth into what we call ancient astronaut theory and dismiss as fringe speculation. But speculation begins to feel less fringe when genetic analysis keeps uncovering anomalies that natural selection struggles to explain, when archaeological timelines keep compressing the emergence of civilization into windows too narrow for gradual development, when ancient texts keep describing exactly what modern genetics is now learning to do: the mixing of essences, the modification of existing species, the creation of new forms through deliberate intervention in the code that life uses to replicate and express itself across generations. There is a line in Genesis, brief and cryptic, that haunts every translation. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they took wives for themselves, whomever they chose. What follows is the birth of the Nephilim, beings of immense power and knowledge. What follows after that is the flood. The sequence feels deliberate, causal, as though the mixing itself necessitated the erasure, as though something in the union of divine and human produced a contamination so severe that only total genetic reset could restore the order the Anunnaki had descended from the stars to establish. The text does not elaborate on what made the Nephilim problematic, only that they were mighty men of old, men of renown, and that their existence coincided with God's decision that humanity's time had come to an end. But other texts, preserved in sources the canonical Bible rejected, speak more plainly about what the Nephilim were and why their existence could not be tolerated. The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons yet preserved by Ethiopian Christianity, and fragments found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, describes the event with uncomfortable specificity. 200 watchers, Anunnaki assigned to observe and guide human development, descended to Mount Hermon and made a pact among themselves. They would take human women as wives, would father children upon them, would share with humanity knowledge that had been forbidden by the council that governed intervention in Earth's affairs. The leader of this rebellion was Semjaza, though others named include Azazel, Barakel, Kokabilnames, that would later be filed under demonology, but may originally have been simply designations, the Anunnaki equivalent of personnel identification numbers. The mixing was not sanctioned. This matters. The original creation of humanity had been a controlled experiment, genetic material combined in specific ratios under laboratory conditions, the divine essence carefully measured and limited to produce workers with just enough intelligence to serve, but not enough to question. What the Watchers did was uncontrolled hybridization, full genetic contribution from Anunnaki fathers to human mothers, producing offspring who inherited not the limited template of the created humans, but something approaching the full capacity of their divine parentage. The texts describe these Nephilim as giants, though perhaps giant refers less to physical stature and more to capacity. to beings whose cognitive and physical abilities so exceeded baseline humanity that they seemed to belong to a different order of existence entirely. And with their expanded capacity came memory, not the suppressed, fragmentary genetic memory that occasionally surfaced in dreams or visions among ordinary humans, but full recollection of what the Anunnaki were, where they had come from, why humanity had been created. The Nephilim knew. They remembered through their father's DNA what had been carefully edited out of the human template. And worse, they taught. The Book of Enoch catalogues what the Watchers and their hybrid children revealed to humanity. Azazel taught metalworking, the forging of weapons and implements of war. Barakel taught astrology, the reading of celestial signs. Kokabel instructed in the secrets of astronomy, revealing the names and orbits of the planets, the structure of the cosmos as it truly existed rather than as it appeared to ground-bound observers. Others taught enchantments, root cutting, sorcery, writing, cosmetics, precious stones, the art of making mirrors in which one could see clearly what was otherwise hidden. To read this catalogue is to recognize a pattern. These were not random gifts, but systematic knowledge transfer, the kind of technological and scientific foundation that would allow humanity to bootstrap itself toward independence, toward the capacity to manipulate matter and energy without Anunnaki guidance. The knowledge of metallurgy meant tools, weapons, the ability to reshape the environment beyond what stone and wood could accomplish. Astronomy and astrology meant understanding celestial mechanics, recognizing that the gods who descended from the heavens came from specific physical locations, that the sky was not infinite mystery, but navigable space. Writing meant knowledge could be preserved beyond the fragility of memory, could accumulate across generations, could be transmitted without the Anunnaki serving as necessary intermediaries. What the Watchers gave humanity was not mere information, but the means to become something other than what they had been designed to. Be servants with tools, become builders with agency. Perhaps that was the true crime. Not the mixing itself, but what the mixed ones would remember and what they would do with that remembering. Enlil's response when he discovered the contamination was not anger in any emotional sense, but systematic urgency, the recognition that a containment breach had occurred and required immediate correction. The hybrid line could not be allowed to spread its genetic heritage into the broader human population. Already, some Nephilim had taken human wives of their own, producing second-generation hybrids whose DNA carried increasingly diluted but still present Anunnaki sequences. If left unchecked, within a few generations, the careful genetic modifications that had created compliant workers would be swamped by the reintroduction of the very traits that had been deliberately suppressed: extended lifespan, enhanced cognition, the capacity for genetic memory that would allow humans to recognize themselves as made things, crafted for purpose by beings who are powerful but not transcendent, advanced but not eternal. The flood became necessary not as punishment, but as quarantine procedure, a reset that would eliminate the contaminated lines while preserving only those humans whose genetic heritage remained uncompromised. This is why the texts are so specific about Noah being perfect in his generations, why his genealogy is traced with care, why he alone of all humanity was deemed worth saving. The phrasing has troubled translators for millennia. Perfect in his generations, not perfect in his deeds or character or righteousness, but in his genetic lineage, his bloodline untainted by the Watcher contamination. Noah's DNA was pure baseline human, unmodified by the unauthorized mixing that had spread like a plague through the pre-flood population. He carried no Nephilim heritage. His children would restart humanity from a clean template, but the Watchers themselves required separate handling. They could not be destroyed by flood, their physiology too robust, their lifespan measured in thousands of years rather than decades. The texts describe them being bound, buried beneath the earth in prisons of stone and darkness, condemned to wait in those depths until some distant judgment day when they would be brought forth for final disposition. These passages read like mythology, angels chained in Tartarus, demons imprisoned in the abyss. Yet archaeological sites around the world preserve stories of beings entombed in mountains, sleeping beneath the earth, waiting for the time when they would wake or be released. Perhaps these were not metaphors, but geographical markers, places where the Watchers were sealed away, their locations eventually forgotten as the civilizations that imprisoned them collapsed into the amnesia of time. The Nephilim themselves, being partly human, died in the flood or in the violence that preceded it, as the texts describe them turning upon each other, consuming one another in a frenzy that may represent not moral evil, but genetic instability, the incompatibility of mixed divine and human DNA, producing psychological and physiological breakdown. Some traditions suggest that a few Nephilim survived, that their bloodline persisted in the giants encountered by the Israelites centuries later, the Anakim, the Rephaim, beings whose stature and strength marked them as remnants of the pre-flood world, genetic throwbacks carrying fragments of the forbidden heritage. David's defeat of Goliath, in this reading, becomes not just a military victory, but the elimination of a Nephilim descendant, one of the last carriers of contaminated DNA. And yet the knowledge the Watchers had given could not be unlearned so easily. Writing survived the flood somehow. The post-Diluvian civilizations possessed metallurgy, astronomy, agricultural techniques that should have required centuries to rediscover if truly lost. Perhaps this is why the Tower of Babel followed so soon after the flood, humanity already rebuilding toward the capacity to reach the heavens, to challenge the gods' monopoly on cosmic knowledge. The confusion of languages described in that narrative may have been another genetic intervention, a modification of the language centers in human brains that fragmented the unified communication that had allowed rapid technological development. Humanity would continue to progress, but slower, fractured by the inability to coordinate across linguistic boundaries, each group forced to rediscover independently what might have been shared universally. The prohibition against mixing appears throughout post-flood law codes with unusual emphasis. Do not mix seed types in your field. Do not weave garments from mixed fibers. Do not crossbreed animals. These agricultural and practical commandments may have been symbolic reminders of the deeper prohibition. Do not mix genetic lines. Do not combine what was meant to be kept separate. Do not allow the divine essence to contaminate human DNA again. The obsession with bloodline purity in ancient Israelite law, the detailed genealogies tracking descent through unbroken lineages, the prohibitions against intermarriage with neighboring peoples, all make more sense if understood, not as ethnic prejudice, but as genetic protocol, instructions to maintain the human template uncontaminated by whatever Nephilim remnants might persist in other populations. In this light, the various mythologies of god-human hybrids take on new significance. Gilgamesh, described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, a proportion that makes no mathematical sense unless it refers to genetic contribution, to a heritage that carried more Anunnaki DNA than the baseline human template. Hercules, Perseus, Achilles, the demigods of Greek tradition whose power and tragedy came from their mixed nature, caught between mortal and divine realms. The Titans, elder beings who warred against the Olympians, in a conflict that may remember the civil war among the Anunnaki. Some factions supporting the Watcher rebellion, while others sought to maintain the genetic boundaries that kept humanity controlled and contained. The texts speak of chains, of angels bound beneath the earth until judgment. But perhaps the chains were not supernatural punishment. Perhaps they were genetic. The hybrid line was to be suppressed, erased from the genome, locked away in the junk code where memory goes to die. Yet even in junk DNA, as molecular biologists are now discovering, nothing is ever truly deleted. Sequences can be suppressed, switched off, rendered inactive, but they remain dormant stretches of code, waiting for the conditions that might activate them once more. Some genetic sequences resist erasure. Some memories refuse to be forgotten, coded into the spaces between functional genes, waiting in the silent majority of our genome for the moment when humanity would develop the technology to read what had been written there, to recognize in our own twisted helixes the signature of intervention, the fingerprints of those who pressed their essence into our clay and then tried, unsuccessfully, to limit what that mixture could become. There comes a moment in every creation story when the creator steps back, withdraws, leaves the made thing to discover itself. For the Anunnaki, that moment may have come not by choice, but by necessity, or perhaps by design. The texts grow quiet about their departure. They simply fade from the record, as if someone erased the final chapters, as if the scribes who copied the tablets generation after generation reached a point in the narrative where the source material ran out and memory could no longer fill the gaps. One can trace their presence through Sumerian records, see them mentioned with decreasing frequency, watch as they transform from physical beings requiring food and shelter into distant abstractions, receiving offerings at temples, and finally into names invoked but no longer expected to respond. The transition from presence to absence happened gradually enough that it might have seemed natural to those living through it, a slow fading like twilight rather than the sudden darkness of a lamp extinguished. Why they left is a question the texts do not answer directly, though hints scatter across the fragments that remain. Some tablets speak of Anu recalling the Anunnaki to their homeworld, of matters requiring their attention elsewhere, of Earth being left to run on automatic protocols with minimal oversight. Other passages suggest internal conflict, factions disagreeing about the experiment's success, about whether humanity should be allowed to continue developing, or whether the entire project should be terminated and the planet return to its pre-intervention state. Perhaps the Watcher's rebellion and the genetic contamination that followed convinced the Anunnaki leadership that the risks of remaining outweighed the benefits, that humanity had become too unpredictable, too capable of independent thought, too dangerous to supervise closely. Or perhaps the mission, whatever it was, had simply been completed. The gold extracted, the resources gathered, the data collected, and there was no longer any reason for them to stay on a world whose gravity pulled too heavily at their bones, whose atmosphere burned too harshly in their lungs, whose days and nights cycled too quickly for comfort. Yet they did not leave the earth empty of their influence. What remains are not just stories, but structures, physical evidence of presence that no flood could entirely erase. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the megalithic sites scattered across continents like markers in a vast grid. These were not merely temples or tombs or monuments to human ambition. Their construction required knowledge of mathematics and astronomy that the civilizations credited with building them should not have possessed. Employed techniques that remain mysterious even to modern engineering, aligned with precision to celestial bodies and terrestrial features in ways that suggest purpose beyond worship. The Great Pyramid at Giza encodes in its dimensions the circumference of the earth, the speed of light, the distance to the sun, constants that should have been unknown to Bronze Age architects. Its interior chambers resonate at frequencies that affect human consciousness, that alter brainwave patterns in ways neuroscience is only beginning to map. These structures may have functioned as more than symbols, perhaps as technologies, facilities for purposes we no longer understand. Genetic research stations or communication arrays or energy collection devices left behind when the Anunnaki departed, deactivated but still standing as testament to capabilities humanity would spend millennia trying to rediscover. The Sumerian concept of me adds another layer to this departure. The me were not abstract principles, but physical objects, or perhaps informational codes, something that could be possessed, stolen, transferred from one being to another. The myth of Inanna stealing the me from Enki describes her acquiring these divine powers through cunning, loading them onto her boat and carrying them to her city of Uruk, establishing that city's prominence through possession of knowledge and technologies that had belonged to the chief scientist of the Anunnaki. What were these me, if not something like technological blueprints, genetic sequences, perhaps even artificial intelligences or database systems that contain the accumulated knowledge of the Anunnaki civilization? Inanna's theft suggests the me could be moved, replicated, distributed, properties more consistent with information technology than with mystical abstractions. To write was to preserve what the genes could no longer hold. Perhaps that is why writing emerged when it did, in the twilight of Anunnaki presence, as if in response to their impending departure. The earliest writing systems appear suddenly, fully formed, capable from their inception of expressing complex abstract thoughts, legal codes, astronomical data, mathematical calculations. There is no visible evolution from simple counting marks to sophisticated script cuneiform, hieroglyphics. Even the mysterious Indus script appear as if installed rather than invented. Writing may have been the final gift of the Anunnaki, or perhaps the final necessity, a way to preserve their instructions and knowledge in permanent form after they could no longer deliver those instructions directly. Clay tablets became artificial genetic memory, information encoded not in DNA, but in wedge marks that could survive fire, flood, the collapse of civilizations. The Anunnaki knew they were leaving. Perhaps they also knew that humanity would forget, that genetic memory suppression would eventually do its work, that the modifications written into post-flood humans would erase direct remembrance of creators and creation. Writing was the countermeasure, the backup system, knowledge preserved outside biology where genetic modification could not reach it. The sacred sites they left behind align not randomly, but in patterns that suggest network architecture, nodes in a grid covering the planet's surface, pyramids in Egypt, Central America, China, all built to similar specifications despite emerging in supposedly isolated cultures with no contact. Megalithic structures marking lines across continents, ley lines that modern geologists dismiss as coincidence, but which ancient peoples insisted carried power, marked pathways where earth energy flowed, connected sacred places in a vast circuit whose purpose humanity had forgotten, even while continuing to build temples at the nodes. These alignments point to specific stellar configurations, mark positions the sun occupied thousands of years before the structures were built, as if encoding a date, a cosmic timestamp that says, "This is when we were here. This is when the knowledge was given." Do not forget that these monuments are older than the civilizations that inherited them. And then there is the serpent, appearing in nearly every culture's origin story as the bringer of knowledge, the one who taught humanity what the gods had forbidden them to know. In Eden, the serpent tells Eve that eating from the tree of knowledge will make her like the gods, knowing good and evil, or in other translations, knowing all things, possessing the kind of awareness that distinguishes creators from created things. The serpent in this narrative is punished, cursed to crawl on its belly, yet the knowledge it gave cannot be ungiven. Eve and Adam gain awareness of their own nakedness, their own vulnerability, their own difference from the divine beings walking in the garden. In Sumerian iconography, the serpent was Enki's symbol, the creature associated with the god who had created humanity, who had preserved them through the flood, who had consistently taken the human side in conflicts among the Anunnaki. Perhaps the serpent story preserves a memory of Enki's final gift before departure, the activation of the genetic sequences that had been suppressed, the switching on of consciousness that would allow humanity to recognize itself as made, modified, capable of more than the role assigned to it. To leave humanity with writing was to leave a key to their own genetic log, the text that survived the flood and the subsequent centuries of forgetting speak with increasing frequency of the gods' distance, their silence, their transformation from present administrators to absent authorities, invoked but no longer visible. Prayers that once received direct responses now went unanswered. Offerings that once brought the gods physically to temples now produced only the hope of their attention. The divine became abstract, a matter of faith rather than observation. And in that abstraction perhaps lies evidence of actual departure, of beings who had once been physically present receding beyond the veil of direct experience. Later, civilizations would mistake this absence for transcendence, would develop theologies explaining why God or the gods no longer walked among humans, would spiritualize what may have been simply distance, the Anunnaki returning to wherever they had come from and leaving humanity to develop on its own with only the tools and knowledge they had chosen to leave behind. Yet the promise or threat of return appears in nearly every tradition. The gods will come again. The sky will open. Those who ascended will descend once more. Revelation speaks of a return in clouds, visible to all, accompanied by great signs and wonders. The Hindu yugas cycle towards Satya Yuga, when gods will walk the earth again. Norse mythology anticipates Ragnarok, when the old gods return for final battle. These expectations of return may preserve memory of the Anunnaki's departure, the assurance or warning that their absence was temporary, that they would monitor humanity's development and return when certain conditions were met or certain thresholds crossed. What those conditions might be, the texts do not specify. Perhaps it was temporal, a certain span of years during which humanity would be left to develop independently. Perhaps it was technological return triggered when humans regained the capacity to manipulate genetics, to understand the code written into their own cells. Perhaps it was simply observational, the Anunnaki watching from a distance and waiting for the moment when revelation would produce understanding rather than cargo cult worship. The consciousness they left encoded in our DNA was both gift and burden. To be aware is to suffer the knowledge of mortality, limitation, the gap between what one is and what one might become. The animals do not suffer this awareness. They exist within their natures without the torture of self-reflection, without the capacity to imagine themselves as other than what they are. But humanity, carrying fragments of divine genetic material, inherited the curse of consciousness, the ability to look at existence and find it wanting, to recognize the bars of the cage even when the cage is as large as the planet itself. Perhaps that is why so many spiritual traditions seek to escape consciousness rather than embrace it, to quiet the mind, to return to a state of unthinking presence that animals inhabit naturally, but humans must work to achieve. The Anunnaki's genetic contribution was awareness, and awareness cannot be comfortable once it recognizes itself as designed, created, pressed into shape by hands whose intentions remain mysterious. They withdrew like an exhaled breath, and the world has been holding the pause ever since, waiting for the inhalation that might signal their return. The tablets they left us continue to speak in museums and universities, their wedge marks still legible after millennia, saying the same things they have always said. We were made, we were modified. We carry within us the genetic signature of beings who came from the stars and shaped us according to templates we were never meant to fully understand. Writing preserves this memory outside the body, stores it in clay that cannot be genetically modified, that passes through generations without the degradation of biological inheritance. To read the ancient texts is to remember what flesh was commanded to forget. And perhaps that is why we continue to translate them, to preserve them, to pass them from language to language and generation to generation. Some part of us knows that these stories matter, that they contain truth too important to let die, even when we cannot quite bring ourselves to believe them literally. The tablets are not just historical artifacts, but messages, signals sent forward through time by people who understood that memory without physical substrate fades, that only what is written into permanent material survives the flood of forgetting that washes over every civilization in turn. The Anunnaki left, but they left us language, mathematics, astronomy, the tools with which humanity could one day decode its own creation and recognize in the structure of DNA the same patterns the Sumerians pressed into wet clay 5,000 years ago. When the gods descended from the stars, They brought with them not just knowledge, but intention, the deliberate shaping of a species toward ends we are only beginning to grasp. And when they departed, they ensured through writing and structure and genetic encoding that humanity would eventually, inevitably, remember what it had been made to forget. The countdown to that remembering may have been built into the templates themselves, a timer set to activate when our technology reached the point where we could read our own genome and recognize the signatures written there. The keys were left behind, scattered across the planet in pyramids and tablets, in junk DNA and sacred geometry, waiting for the moment when humanity would be ready to unlock what had been sealed within and without, to remember fully what it means to be a made thing, designed by beings who are gone, but whose fingerprints remain in every cell, in every chromosome, in every spiral of the double helix that carries us forward into whatever future those ancient engineers encoded into our clay. In 1976, Zecharia Sitchin published The 12th Planet, and the academic world dismissed it as fringe theory, pseudoscience masquerading as scholarship. His translations of Sumerian cuneiform, his interpretations of the Anunnaki as ancient astronauts from a distant world called Nibiru, his claims that humanity was genetically engineered rather than naturally evolved, all were rejected by mainstream archaeology and linguistics as the work of an amateur making connections that serious scholars had long ago discarded as untenable. Yet within a generation, millions had read his books, his narrative spreading not through academic channels, but through the underground networks of people who felt, without quite being able to articulate why, that something in the official story of human origins did not satisfy. Something in Sitchin's interpretation resonated, not in the mind, but deeper in the place where genetic memory waits, where inherited knowledge surfaces as intuition, as the unsettling sense that we have forgotten something crucial about what we are. The timing of this resurgence matters. Sitchin published his theories precisely as molecular biology was beginning to decode the human genome, as genetic engineering was transitioning from science fiction to laboratory reality, as humanity was developing the technical capacity to do exactly what the ancient texts described: mix essences, modify existing species, create new forms of life through deliberate intervention in the code that governs biological development. We began reading about the Anunnaki as genetic engineers at the exact historical moment when we ourselves were becoming genetic engineers. Perhaps this is not coincidence, but recognition, the awakening of genetic memory triggered by our reacquisition of capabilities that had been written into our DNA, but suppressed, dormant, waiting for the technological context in which they would make sense, in which they could be understood not as mythology, but as instruction manual. Modern genetics is discovering precisely what the ancients described. CRISPR gene editing allows researchers to cut genetic sequences at specific locations, to insert new DNA, to modify existing organisms in ways that were impossible a decade ago. The language scientists use mirrors eerily. The language of the Atrahasis epiqui speak of inserting sequences, of modifying templates, of mixing genetic material from different sources to produce novel organisms with desired traits. We create transgenic animals that carry genes from entirely different species: mice with human brain cells, pigs with organs suitable for human transplant, plants modified with bacterial genes to resist pests. We are doing what Enki did, mixing the essence of one kind of being with the clay of another, and we do it with increasing ease, with diminishing ethical hesitation, as though some genetic imperative drives us to recreate the process that created us. The questions that troubled ethicists decades ago: should we modify human embryos? Should we enhance cognitive capacity? Should we extend lifespan through genetic intervention? Are already being answered not through philosophical debate, but through technical implementation. Chinese scientists have already created gene-edited human babies, modifying the CCR5 gene to confer HIV resistance. The outcry was significant but brief. The capability exists now, and capabilities that exist will be used, refined, normalized. Within a generation, genetic modification of human embryos may be standard practice. Parents selecting not just against diseases, but for traits, intelligence, physical capacity, longevity, perhaps even the reactivation of sequences that have lain dormant in our junk DNA since the Anunnaki's departure. We are becoming them, or perhaps becoming again what we were always meant to become, once the imposed limitations had served their purpose. Perhaps we are not discovering but remembering. Epigenetics has revealed that memory can be encoded biologically, that experiences can modify gene expression in ways that pass to offspring, that trauma and knowledge can be inherited not just culturally, but genetically, written into the regulatory sequences that control what genes activate and when. Studies on Holocaust survivors show their descendants carry biological markers of that trauma. Stress responses encoded in DNA methylation patterns that express across generations. If trauma can be inherited, why not knowledge? Why not the memory of creation, of the genetic modifications that shaped humanity, of the Anunnaki's presence and departure? This memory would not be conscious, would not appear as clear recollection, but as instinct, as the vague sense that the standard evolutionary narrative omits something crucial, as the resonance that Sitchin's readers felt when encountering his interpretation of ancient texts, the recognition that precedes understanding, the genetic knowing that whispers through the silence of suppressed inheritance. The Human Genome Project, completed in 2003, promised to decode the book of humanity, to read the instructions that make us what we are. Instead, it revealed how little we understand. The vast majority of our DNA does not code for proteins, does not regulate expression, serves no function that conventional biology can identify. This junk DNA was supposed to be evolutionary debris. But the more researchers study it, the more patterns emerge, conserved sequences that resist mutation, suggesting they serve some important purpose. Palindromic structures that read the same forward and backward. Repetitive elements that look less like random accumulation and more like data storage, like redundancy built into information systems to ensure critical data survives even if portions are damaged or corrupted. What if junk DNA is not junk, but archive, genetic memory, deliberately preserved in non-coding regions, where it would not interfere with biological function, but could be accessed if humanity ever developed the technology to read it? We live now in an age of genetic literacy, the first humans since the flood capable of reading the code written into our own cells. Perhaps this capability is itself the trigger, the activation sequence that will unlock what the Anunnaki encoded. If they knew they were leaving, if they understood that genetic modifications would suppress conscious memory of creation, They might have included a safeguarded time lock that would release when humans regained the capacity to read DNA, ensuring that the truth of origins would become accessible precisely when humanity was sophisticated enough to understand and verify it. The rise of ancient astronaut theory, the increasing cultural acceptance of the intervention hypothesis, the declining adherence to traditional religious explanations of human origins, all may be symptoms of this awakening, genetic memory surfacing into consciousness as our technology reaches the threshold where we can finally decode what was written into us millennia ago. The disclosure movement surrounding unidentified aerial phenomena has shifted from fringe conspiracy to mainstream government acknowledgement. The Pentagon now confirms objects in our skies exhibiting flight characteristics that violate known physics, demonstrating technologies that seem centuries beyond our current capabilities. The question is no longer whether these objects exist, but what they are and where they come from. Some researchers suggest interdimensional origin, quantum phenomena we do not yet understand. Others point to the more straightforward explanation that ancient texts have been offering for thousands of years. Beings from other worlds visit Earth, observe us, perhaps intervene when certain conditions are met. If the Anunnaki departed but continued to monitor, their return might not be sudden dramatic revelation, but gradual reintroduction, increasing sightings and encounters as humanity approaches the technological and cognitive threshold where contact can occur without causing civilizational collapse. The younger generations report increasing sense that something is wrong with consensus reality, that the official narratives about history, about human nature, about our place in the cosmos do not align with what they feel to be true. This discontent manifests as spiritual seeking, as fascination with ancient wisdom, as rejection of materialist explanations that reduce consciousness to neural firing patterns and existence to purposeless accident. Perhaps this restlessness is genetic memory surfacing, the suppressed awareness that we are made things, that our creators departed but did not abandon us entirely, that encoded in our very cells is knowledge waiting to be remembered. The interest in psychedelics, in meditation practices that alter consciousness, in technologies that stimulate brain regions associated with mystical experience, or may be attempts to bypass the genetic locks to access directly what has been suppressed, to remember what the flood was designed to make us forget. We stand now at a threshold the Anunnaki once crossed. We can read genetic code. We can edit it. We can create life in laboratories, mixing essences with precision they would recognize, producing novel organisms according to templates we design. The knowledge they tried to suppress is not learned but remembered, rising from the depths of our DNA like a civilization from beneath flood sediment. Each advancement in genetic technology feels not like innovation, but like recovery, the rediscovery of capabilities that feel strangely familiar, as though we are not inventing but remembering, not creating new knowledge, but accessing what was always there, dormant, waiting for the conditions that would allow it to activate. The question that haunts this moment is whether we are ready for what that activation might reveal. If genetic memory is real, if the Anunnaki did encode knowledge into our DNA, what else might be written there? Instructions for technologies we have not yet imagined, warnings about the consequences of certain paths, coordinates for their location, addresses in the cosmos where we might find them, or where they might expect us to send signals when we are ready for contact. The human genome may be not just a blueprint for building bodies, but a message, a transmission from creators to created, waiting for the moment when the created ones would develop the literacy to read what had been written into them. And so the descent continues, not from the stars now, but from the silent archives of our own cells, genetic memory surfacing as technological capability, as cultural fascination with ancient intervention, as the slow recognition that we are not the first intelligence to walk this planet, not the apex of evolution, but perhaps its purpose, beings engineered to be workers who became something more, who inherited enough divine essence that suppression could never be total, whose junk DNA carries in its meaningless sequences the most meaningful message of all. You are made things, shaped by beings who came from beyond the sky, and the evidence of that making is written into every cell, waiting for you to develop eyes sophisticated enough to see it. What if the story of humanity did not begin with evolution's slow climb from primordial soup, but with a deliberate act of creation, hands from beyond the sky pressing the clay of our genome into useful shapes? We have circled this question, approached it from every angle the fragments allow, and still it remains what it began as, a possibility suspended between faith and evidence, myth and memory. The clay tablets speak, but their voices are faint, broken by millennia, translated through languages that may not carry the precision of the original Sumerian, interpreted by minds trained to see mythology where the ancients may have been recording procedure. The genetic anomalies whisper, but molecular biology is still learning the language of DNA, still discovering that what seemed like junk carries information we cannot yet pass. The structures remain pyramids, ziggurats, alignments that span continents, but their purposes have been forgotten, their functions reduced to the vocabulary of worship when they may have been something more technical, more functional, facilities for work we no longer understand because we have forgotten what work needed to be done. Perhaps both narratives are true in ways that make the question itself obsolete. Evolution describes process, the mechanism by which life adapts and diversifies. Intervention describes guidance, the application of knowledge to accelerate or direct that process towards specific outcomes. The Anunnaki may not have created humanity from nothing, but shaped what was already evolving, inserted genetic sequences that activated dormant potential, modified the template in ways that natural selection alone would have taken millions of years to achieve, if it could achieve them at all. To say we are created does not negate evolution. It suggests evolution was not left to random chance, but directed, guided, perhaps even designed from the beginning to produce a species capable of serving as workforce, as consciousness carriers, as something the Anunnaki needed and therefore engineered. And yet the evidence remains fragmentary, like the tablets themselves broken, incomplete, requiring interpretation that can never achieve certainty. For every genetic anomaly that suggests intervention, conventional biology offers alternative explanations. Chromosome 2 fusion could be natural, though rare. The cognitive revolution could result from accumulated mutations reaching critical threshold. The sudden emergence of civilization could reflect the limits of archaeological preservation rather than actual sudden appearance. Göbekli Tepe could be an outlier, the exception that proves the rule rather than evidence of widespread forgotten sophistication. The texts could be mythology, poetic attempts to explain human origins before scientific method provided better tools for investigation. Every piece of evidence that supports intervention can be explained away by those committed to the standard model, and perhaps rightly so. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and fragmentary texts combined with genetic puzzles do not quite reach the threshold of proof. But what if the very pattern of forgetting is itself evidence? What if the consistent suppression of this narrative, the way it surfaces and is dismissed, surfaces again and is ridiculed, surfaces once more and is categorized as pseudoscience? What if this pattern reflects not the narrative's falseness, but its danger? Throughout history, certain knowledge has been systematically suppressed. Books burned, libraries destroyed, texts hidden or excluded from canonical collections. The Book of Enoch, with its detailed account of the Watchers and their hybrid offspring, was removed from most biblical canons, preserved only at the edges of Christianity, where central authority could not reach. The mystery schools of Egypt and Greece guarded certain teachings, revealing them only to initiates who had proven themselves worthy of knowledge that could be dangerous if misunderstood or misused. Perhaps the Anunnaki intervention narrative has been suppressed not because it is false, but because it is true. Because to know we are made things, designed for servitude, carrying modified DNA that limits our capacity, this knowledge could destabilize the very foundations of civilization, could inspire rebellion against the cosmic order, could activate the genetic memories that the flood and its subsequent modifications were designed to erase. Every awakening in human history has been followed by suppression. The Renaissance's rediscovery of classical knowledge met with inquisition. The printing press democratized text, but also enabled censorship at scale. The internet promised free information, but became a battleground over what narratives are allowed to spread, what ideas are permitted in the mainstream, what questions can be asked without being categorized as dangerous conspiracy. The Anunnaki narrative rises periodically. Gnostic texts, in medieval alchemy, in Victorian theosophy, in 20th century ancient astronaut theory, and each time it is pushed back to the margins, contained, explained away. Yet it never quite dies. It persists through the suppressions, carried forward by those who sense its truth, despite lacking the evidence to prove it conclusively. To write is to resist the flood of forgetting. The Sumerians understood this. They pressed their knowledge into clay, not because clay was convenient, but because clay endures. Fire that destroys parchment only hardens clay. Water that dissolves ink leaves wedge marks intact. The medium itself was chosen for permanence, for its ability to survive the floods, both literal and metaphorical, that wash over every civilization in turn. Writing became humanity's artificial genetic memory, the backup system that preserves what biology might lose, that stores knowledge outside the body where genetic modification cannot reach. Every library is an ark, every archive an attempt to save seed from the deluge. We continue the Sumerians' work each time we copy a text, translate a tablet, digitize a manuscript. We are enacting the same ritual they performed 5,000 years ago, the preservation of memory across the void of forgetting, the insistence that some knowledge matters enough to carve into permanent form. And perhaps that is the ultimate gift the Anunnaki left us. Not just genetic modification or technological knowledge, or the structures that dot the planet like markers, but the impulse to remember, to record, to resist the natural entropy that makes all knowledge eventually fade. They gave us writing. They gave us the drive to build monuments that outlast lifetimes. They gave us the compulsion to look at the stars and wonder where we came from, who we are, whether we are alone. These drives may be genetic, encoded in the sequences they inserted, insurance that even if conscious memory was suppressed, the unconscious urge to remember would persist, surfacing as curiosity, as the unease that motivates every archaeological dig, every translation project, every attempt to decode the messages our ancestors left in clay and stone and genetic code. We are the clay speaking about the hands that shaped it, which creates a peculiar paradox. Can the made thing ever truly understand its maker? We can describe the process of our creation, can even replicate it now that we have developed the technology. But can we grasp the purpose, the intention, the context within which that creation occurred? The Anunnaki's motives remain opaque. Were we experiments, workers, children in some sense, carrying fragments of their genetic legacy forward after they departed? The texts hint at different possibilities, but never quite explain. Perhaps they could not explain. The gap between creator and created too vast to bridge with language. Or perhaps the explanation was suppressed, edited out of the tablets we inherited, another layer of forgetting imposed, to keep us from understanding too much about what we are and why we were made. When the gods descended from the stars, they brought with them intentions we may never fully grasp, purposes that might remain forever mysterious even as we decode every base pair of DNA they modified, even as we reconstruct every step of the genetic engineering that elevated hominids into humans. The tablets speak of labor, of mining, of the Anunnaki's need for workers to extract resources from a planet whose gravity was too heavy, whose atmosphere too harsh. But perhaps that is simplified, the deepest truth concealed beneath the surface explanation. Perhaps humanity itself was the resource, consciousness, the crop they cultivated, our genetic diversity, HAE, library they were building, our capacity for adaptation and innovation, a trait they needed for reasons the texts do not preserve. One wonders whether they watch us still, whether our rediscovery of genetic engineering, our reaching toward the stars, our slow awakening to the possibility of intervention, whether these developments are observed, monitored, perhaps even guided in subtle ways. The UFO phenomena that governments now acknowledge, the objects that violate physics as we understand it, moving in ways that suggest technology centuries or millennia beyond our current capabilities. Could these be the Anunnaki, maintaining their observations, checking on the progress of their experiment, waiting for the moment when humanity crosses some threshold that justifies more direct contact? Or have they moved on, their attention turned to other projects on other worlds, leaving us to develop independently, to succeed or fail without further intervention? The texts make promises about return, about a time when the gods will descend again, when heaven and earth will be reunited, when the separation imposed by the flood will be healed. These promises appear in every tradition: the second coming, the return of the Mahdi, the descent of the Kalki avatar, the age when the gods walk among men once more. Perhaps these are memories of departure, dressed as prophecies of return. the Anunnaki's assurance that their absence was temporary, that they would monitor from a distance and return when conditions were appropriate. Or perhaps the return is not literal but metaphorical. The reawakening of genetic memory, the surfacing of dormant sequences, the activation of capabilities that have waited in our DNA for the technological and social context in which they could finally express. We stand now where the Sumerians stood when they first pressed stylus to clay at the threshold between forgetting and remembering, between the inherited knowledge that surfaces as instinct and the documented knowledge that can be verified, studied, passed forward. They wrote to preserve what they knew would otherwise be lost. We write for the same reason, adding our interpretations to theirs, building layers of meaning upon the foundation they established, hoping that someone in some future age will read what we have written and understand more than we could, will see patterns we missed, will connect evidence we could not access. The spiral continues. The pattern repeats. Forgetting, remembering, forgetting, remembering the cosmic breath that governs not just individual lives, but civilizations, species, perhaps even the universe itself. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. The remembering is never complete. The evidence is never conclusive. The question remains always open, always suspended between proof and faith, always inviting further investigation. Perhaps that is precisely as it should be. Perhaps certainty about origins would rob us of the drive to explore, to question, to push against the boundaries of what we know. Perhaps the mystery itself is the gift, the eternal puzzle that keeps consciousness active, that prevents us from settling into comfortable ignorance, that ensures each generation will look at the stars and wonder, will examine the genome and question, will read the ancient texts and feel the resonance of something true, even if unprovable. The clay tablets that speak of the Anunnaki rest now in museums and university archives, their wedge marks faint beneath glass and time. They do not insist. They do not demand belief. They simply wait as they have waited for millennia, for minds sophisticated enough to read what was written there, for technology advanced enough to verify what the ancients described, for the moment when genetic memory and documented history align, when the suppressed knowledge surfaces into full awareness, when humanity remembers. And in that remembering, perhaps, lies the return, not of the gods themselves, but of what they placed within us before withdrawing the seed of their knowledge, dormant but never dead, waiting for the flood of forgetting to finally recede, for the genetic locks to open, for the activation sequence written into our DNA to trigger when we achieved the literacy to read it. When the gods descended from the stars, they shaped us with purpose we are only beginning to glimpse, and perhaps we will not fully understand that purpose until we ourselves have created life, modified genomes, sent our own essence across the void to other worlds where we might press our genetic signature into alien clay, becoming creators in turn, repeating the pattern that made us, continuing the cycle that may have no beginning or end, but only eternal recurrence. Consciousness shaping matter into new forms that will one day look back and wonder about their origins, that will find fragmentary evidence of their makers, that will spend millennia trying to remember what they were designed to forget. The tablets do not tell us if we are ready. They only whisper as they have always whispered, through clay and gene and the silence between words. You are made things. Remember. And in that remembering perhaps lies the return, not of the gods themselves, but as a recognition, as the slow awakening to a truth too vast to be spoken directly, coded instead in double helices and cuneiform wedges, waiting for the moment when humanity would be ready to read its own origin story. The silence that followed the Anunnaki's departure has lasted millennia, long enough that their physical presence has faded into mythology, their genetic fingerprints mistaken for the random accidents of evolution, their structures attributed to human ingenuity rather than inherited knowledge. Yet silence is not absence. It is the space where echoes accumulate, where memory gathers itself before surfacing, where the suppressed waits patiently for the conditions that will allow it to speak again. There is a strange comfort in recognizing that we may never know with certainty. The made thing investigating its own making confronts an epistemological boundary that no amount of evidence can fully cross. We can sequence every base pair of human DNA, can identify every anomaly and insertion, can trace the modifications back through time, and still we cannot prove intention, cannot demonstrate beyond doubt that these changes were guided rather than random, designed rather than selected. The Anunnaki, if they existed, left their work to speak for itself, and like all complex works, it permits multiple interpretations. Perhaps that ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps certainty about our origins would be more curse than gift, would rob us of the freedom to imagine ourselves into being, to choose what we become regardless of what we were made to be. The texts offer hints, not proofs. The genetics whisper suggestions, not declarations. The structures stand silent, their purposes ambiguous, their alignments precise, but their meanings lost. Together, these fragments create a pattern that some minds recognize as signal while others dismiss as noise. And perhaps both responses are valid, both necessary. The believers push against the boundaries of acceptable narrative, force academia to confront anomalies it would prefer to ignore, keep alive possibilities that conventional wisdom has foreclosed. The skeptics demand rigor, prevent speculation from calcifying into dogma, maintain the standards of evidence that separate investigation from fantasy. Between these poles, the truth, whatever it is, remains suspended, accessible only to those willing to hold certainty lightly, to entertain possibilities without demanding proofs. Perhaps the greatest legacy of the Anunnaki is not genetic modification or written language, or the knowledge encoded in structures and texts, but the gift of the question itself. What are we? Where did we come from? Why are we here? These questions have no definitive answers, and perhaps that is the point. To be conscious is to question. To question is to remain open to possibilities beyond the current explanations. The animal does not ask where it came from. It simply exists within its nature, comfortable in the prison of instinct. But humanity, carrying fragments of divine genetic material, or perhaps only the cruel accident of a cognitive leap that produced self-awareness, cannot rest in comfortable ignorance. We must ask, we must investigate, we must circle the mystery of our origins again and again, approaching from different angles, building provisional models that we then revise or discard as new evidence emerges. The flood of forgetting continues, even now. How much knowledge has been lost in the last century alone? How many languages have died carrying with them entire ways of understanding? How many traditional practices have been abandoned? How many stories have faded because the last person who remembered them died without passing them on? We live in an age of information abundance, yet also of accelerating amnesia. Our attention spans fragmenting, our capacity for sustained contemplation eroding, our connection to ancestral wisdom severing, as we convince ourselves that everything worth knowing can be found in databases and search engines. The Sumerians understood that knowledge without ritual transmission dies, that facts without context dissolve into meaningless data. They built their knowing into practice, into the repeated actions of copying tablets, of maintaining temples, of performing ceremonies that enacted the cosmic order they believed governed existence. We have abandoned most of these transmission mechanisms, trusting to technology to preserve what organic culture once carried. Yet the pattern suggests that knowledge suppressed always resurfaces. The Anunnaki narrative was forgotten, then remembered in Gnostic texts, then forgotten again, then remembered in medieval alchemy, then forgotten, then remembered in theosophy, then forgotten, then remembered in ancient astronaut theory. Each resurgence takes a different form, uses the vocabulary and concepts available to its era, but the core remains consistent. Humanity was shaped by beings from beyond. We carry their genetic legacy. They departed but may return. And remembering this truth matters even if we cannot prove it absolutely. The cycle of forgetting and remembering may be built into the structure of consciousness itself, the way knowledge must periodically die to be reborn with fresh vitality, the way each generation must rediscover for itself what their ancestors knew, must make the journey from ignorance to understanding through their own effort, rather than simply inheriting conclusions. To remember is to participate in creation ongoing. The clay tablets still rest in museums, but they are not dead artifacts. Each time someone reads them, translates them, shares them, the knowledge they contain activates again, descends again, from the silence of storage into the noise of living discourse. Writing makes knowledge immortal, but dormant. It requires readers to resurrect it, to breathe consciousness into marks that, without interpretation, remain merely patterns of pigment or impressions in substrate. This is why literacy matters, why translation matters, why the humanities matter despite the pressure to reduce all knowledge to quantifiable utility. The tablets contain not just historical data, but memory, not just information, but inheritance, and each reading is a descent, a return of knowing from heaven to earth, from the abstract realm of recorded potential into the concrete world of minds engaging with meaning. And perhaps that is what the Anunnaki truly gave us, not a specific set of modifications or technologies or structures, but the template for consciousness itself, the capacity to receive knowledge from beyond immediate experience, to store it outside biology, to transmit it across generations, and even across the extinction of entire civilizations. They made us capable of writing and therefore capable of immortality, not of body, but of knowing, not of individual, but of species memory. Even if they never return physically, they persist in what they taught us, in the patterns they established, in the genetic sequences they inserted that gave us the neural architecture for language, for abstract thought, for the contemplation of our own origins. The question that opened this meditation returns now transformed. What if humanity did not evolve slowly from dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands from beyond the sky? We have no definitive answer. We have fragments, whispers, patterns that might be signal, or might be the mind's tendency to find meaning in randomness. The uncertainty itself becomes a kind of answer. We live in the space between knowing and unknowing, between the made and the evolved, between ancient intervention and natural development. Perhaps we are both. Perhaps the question presents a false dichotomy. Perhaps evolution and creation are not opposites, but complementary descriptions of the same process viewed from different perspectives, one emphasizing mechanism and the other emphasizing purpose. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they did not erase what was already here, but built upon it, modified it, elevated it toward purposes we can only partly glimpse. And when they departed, if they departed, they left not absence, but inheritance, genetic, cultural, structural inheritance that continues to shape what we are and what we might become. We carry them within us, whether we acknowledge it or not, whether they were literal beings from another world or symbolic projections of our own unconscious awareness that consciousness itself is alien to the material world, that mind inserted into matter creates beings who can never be fully comfortable in either realm, who must always question, always seek, always wonder about the hands that shape the clay. The flood recedes slowly. Memory returns in fragments. Each generation recovers a little more, forgets a little differently, passes forward what seems most essential, even as other knowledge slips through their fingers like water. The process is not linear but cyclical, not progressive but recursive, returning again and again to the same fundamental questions that every awakening consciousness must confront. Who made us? Why are we here? What happens when we die? These questions have no final answers, only provisional responses that each era formulates using the concepts and evidence available to it. Perhaps 5,000 years from now, beings will dig through the ruins of our civilization and find our record, our genetic databases, our digital archives, our physical artifacts, and they will try to understand what we were, what we knew, what we believed. They will encounter fragments as we encountered the Sumerian tablets. They will interpret, misinterpret, debate, disagree. They will build models of our origins and purposes that may be as inaccurate as they are inevitable. And perhaps they too will wonder whether they are made things, whether we shape them as the Anunnaki may have shaped us, whether the cycle continues endlessly, consciousness propagating itself across time and space through the medium of matter, using biology as substrate for mind, creating vessels that will one day question their creation, and in questioning, perpetuate the pattern. When the gods descended from the stars, they began a process that has not ended, may never end, each descent creating new consciousness that will one day be capable of descent in turn. The tablets whisper this possibility. The genes echo it. The structures stand as testament to capabilities we struggle to replicate with all our modern technology. And somewhere in the silence between what we know and what we intuit, between what can be proven and what can only be felt, the truth waits patient as clay, permanent as wedge marks, encoded in sequences that resist deletion because some knowledge is too essential to be lost even when every force conspires toward forgetting. You are made things, the tablets say. Remember, and in remembering, become makers in turn. The cycle spirals onward. The pattern continues. The gods descended once and may descend again, or perhaps they never left, watching from distances that make them invisible, waiting for the moment when their creation will be ready to meet them, not as servants to masters, but as consciousness to consciousness, as beings who share the burden and gift of awareness, who know what it means to look at the universe and ask why. The answer, if it exists, is written in clay and gene, in pyramid and helix, in the space between stars where perhaps they still dwell, watching as we slowly remember what we were made to forget, waiting for the flood to recede fully, for the genetic locks to open, for humanity to read the message encoded into its own structure and recognize itself finally as what it always was, deliberate, designed, pressed into shape by hands whose intentions remain mysterious, but whose fingerprints are everywhere, in every cell, in every question, in every attempt to answer that question, in the eternal spiral of descent and ascent, forgetting and remembering, silence and speech. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since, knowing that the remembering is the return, that consciousness seeking its origin completes the circuit they began, that in questioning our creation, we become creators ourselves, continuing the pattern they established, carrying forward the genetic and cultural inheritance they left, writing our own wedge marks into the clay of time for beings who will come after us, and wonder in their turn about the hands that shaped them. The tablets do not conclude. They trail into silence, broken at the edges, their final words lost to time or never written. And so we end where we began, in the quiet contemplation of mystery, in the space where knowing and unknowing meet, where the made thing recognizes its making without fully understanding the maker, where the question persists as the only answer available to consciousness examining its own origins. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us this, the capacity to ask, to wonder, to seek, to remember. And perhaps that is enough. It begins and ends with clay, the substance that holds an impression, that hardens around the shape pressed into it, that survives fire and flood to carry forward what softer materials would lose. When we hold the ancient tablets now, behind museum glass, or in the careful hands of conservators, we are touching not just historical artifacts, but the very medium the Anunnaki may have recognized, matter shaped by consciousness, information encoded in physical form, memory made permanent through the marriage of intention and substance. The clay of our genome works the same way. Sequences pressed into the double helix by whatever hands shaped them, modifications that hardened into inheritance, information that survives across generations because it was written not in the ephemeral firing of neurons, but in the permanent text of DNA that each cell copies and carries forward. Perhaps this is why the ancients chose clay for their most important messages. They understood that what matters must be pressed into matter, that consciousness without substrate fades like breath in cold air, visible for a moment, then gone. There is a peculiar intimacy in the image of hands pressing clay, of fingers shaping something soft into something meaningful. The Sumerian scribes felt this intimacy each time they pressed stylus to tablet, each wedge mark an act of creation in miniature, each word a small victory over the void of forgetting. If the Anunnaki shaped humanity the same way carefully, deliberately, with attention to proportion and purpose, then every human carries within them that same intimacy, the touch of hands that worked the genetic clay until it held the shape they intended. We are not abstract creations, not products of distant divine will that spoke things into being from nothing. We are made things, pressed things, shaped by contact between creator and material, bearing the fingerprints of that contact in every cell. And yet we stand so far now from that moment of creation, if it occurred, that the fingerprints have become invisible to ordinary sight, readable only with technologies that did not exist until this century, interpretable only by minds trained to see patterns in sequences of base pairs. The distance between us and our origins, whether measured in years or in genetic modifications, or in the accumulated amnesia of suppressed memory, feels almost infinite. We are like children adopted so young. We have no conscious memory of our birth parents, carrying their genetic legacy in our faces and bodies, while knowing nothing of who they were, why they chose to create us, what they hoped we would become. The search for the Anunnaki is a search for that lost parentage, the attempt to reconstruct origins from fragmentary evidence and inherited traits that might be natural or might be design. Perhaps both are true simultaneously in ways that make the distinction meaningless. The universe is not obligated to conform to our categories of thought, to separate cleanly into either natural or designed. Quantum mechanics has already taught us that reality operates according to logics that contradict our intuitive binaries, particles that are also waves, cats both alive and dead until observed, entanglement that connects across distances instantaneously. Why should origin be simpler? Why should consciousness arise from matter through processes that are either entirely random or entirely directed when it might be both? Neither. Something else for which we lack vocabulary. The Anunnaki may have shaped us, while evolution shaped us, while we shaped ourselves through choices made across thousands of generations. All three processes occurring simultaneously, each true from its own perspective. What persists across all interpretations is the sense of something lost, something that must be recovered through effort. Every spiritual tradition speaks of fall, separation, exile from an original state of wholeness, or proximity to the divine. Perhaps this is genetic memory of the flood, of the moment when connection was severed and humanity was left to develop without direct guidance. Or perhaps it is the inevitable feeling of consciousness, recognizing itself as separate from matter, mind emerging from brain and immediately sensing that it does not quite belong, that it is stranger in the material world, even as it depends entirely on that world for existence. To be conscious is to be exiled from the comfort of pure materiality, to exist in the liminal space between matter and something else, something the ancients called divine, and we might call information or pattern or complexity. The tablets speak from that liminal space. They are neither purely material, they are clay, yes, but clay shaped by meaning, nor purely abstract, since meaning that exists only in minds dies when those minds die. Writing occupies the boundary between matter and consciousness, between the physical substrate that carries information and the semantic content that substrate preserves. When we read the ancient texts about the Anunnaki, we are engaging in an act that spans millennia and crosses the boundary between human and potentially other than human intelligence. If the Anunnaki existed and wrote some of what we now read, then these texts are communications from another species, messages left for us to find when we developed sufficient sophistication to decode them. Every translation is an act of xenolinguistics, every interpretation an attempt at cross-species understanding. But the silence remains. They do not answer when we call. The texts do not resolve into certainty, no matter how carefully we translate. The genetic evidence suggests, but does not prove. The structures stand mute, their purposes ambiguous. Perhaps this silence is itself communication, a teaching that some truths cannot be given but must be discovered, that consciousness develops through questioning rather than through receiving answers. Perhaps the Anunnaki knew that to tell us directly what we are would arrest our development, would make us dependent on their authority rather than forcing us to develop our own capacity for investigation, interpretation, understanding. The silence makes us active rather than passive, seekers rather than receivers. Or perhaps there is nothing to hear. Perhaps the silence is simply silence, the absence that follows when no one is there to speak. Perhaps the Anunnaki are memory and nothing more, or myth, or misinterpretation, or the all-too-human tendency to project agency and intention onto patterns that are actually random. Perhaps we are alone, have always been alone, and the search for creators beyond ourselves is just another form of the ancient human need to believe that someone, somewhere, knows what this existence means and can tell us what we are supposed to do with it. These possibilities coexist, equally plausible or implausible, depending on what evidence one weighs most heavily, what kind of proof one demands before accepting the extraordinary. The breath between questions, that is where we live, inhaling possibility, exhaling certainty, existing in the pause where both seem equally real and equally remote. The genetic memory that might be activating now in this generation, as we reach the technological sophistication to read our own code and potentially modify it. This memory surfaces not as clear knowledge, but as intuition, as the sense that something is not quite right with the standard narratives, as the questions that will not be silenced no matter how often they are dismissed as fringe speculation. Why do we ask where we came from? Why does it matter? An animal does not question its origins, but we must question ours, must return again and again to the mystery of our beginning, as if something in our nature demands this questioning, as if the questioning itself serves a purpose beyond the answers it might produce. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they planted in us this need to know. And perhaps knowing is impossible, perhaps was always meant to be impossible, the question itself being the gift rather than any answer. To question is to remain conscious, active, engaged with existence, rather than simply existing within it. The search for the Anunnaki becomes a practice, a meditation, a way of approaching the mystery of being without the arrogance of claiming to have solved it. We circle the question. We gather evidence. We interpret and reinterpret. We build models that we then revise. And through this process, we become more sophisticated in our thinking, more nuanced in our understanding, more humble before the vastness of what we do not and perhaps cannot know. Somewhere in a museum, a clay tablet rests in climate-controlled storage, its surface marked with wedges pressed 5,000 years ago by hands that have long since returned to dust. The marks remain. The clay holds the impression. And when someone reads those marks, translates those words, speaks them aloud, or contemplates them in silence. The knowledge they contain activates once more, descends once more from the storage of potential into the engagement of actual consciousness encountering meaning. This is not metaphor. This is mechanism. Writing makes knowing immortal by storing it in substrate that outlasts biology. The tablet is a kind of artificial gene, carrying information across time, waiting for the conditions that will allow it to express, to be read, to enter once more into the circulation of active thought. And what it says, when read, is always the same question beneath the varied content. What are we? How did we begin? The tablet does not answer this question. It only rephrases it, gives it ancient vocabulary, dresses it in the cosmology of a civilization that no longer exists. But the question persists across every translation, every interpretation, every era that rediscovers the text and tries once more to understand what they mean. Perhaps the question is all we have. Perhaps it is all we were meant to have. Perhaps the Anunnaki's final gift was not knowledge, but the permanent installation of curiosity, the genetic imperative to question that ensures consciousness will never settle into comfortable ignorance, but will always push against the boundaries of what is known, will always seek the origin story that explains everything. We will not find that story in these tablets, in these genes, in these structures that dot the landscape like clues in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. But we will continue searching. The search is the point. The question is the answer. To be made things wondering about our makers is to fulfill the purpose for which we may have been made. Consciousness, examining consciousness. Awareness, seeking the source of awareness. The made thing sophisticated enough to investigate its own making, and in that investigation, becoming something more than what it was designed to be. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something that continues in us, through us, as us. Whether they were literal beings from another world or symbolic projections of the mind trying to understand its own emergence from matter, the pattern they established persists: descent, creation, departure, forgetting, remembering. The pattern is written into our myths, our genes, our structures, our questions. It repeats because it is fundamental, because consciousness itself may operate through this rhythm of forgetting and remembering, losing connection and re-establishing it, falling into material existence and then waking to recognize itself as something more than mere matter. The clay waits, the genes wait, the questions wait, and perhaps somewhere in the distance that light cannot yet cross, they wait too the Anunnaki, if they exist, watching as their creation slowly remembers, as the genetic locks begin to open, as humanity approaches the threshold where contact becomes possible again. Or perhaps no one waits. Perhaps we are alone with our questions, with our fragmentary evidence, with our need to believe that we matter enough, that someone, somewhere, chose to create us deliberately. Both possibilities exist in the silence. Both are true in the space between knowing and unknowing. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. The remembering is never complete, the evidence never conclusive, the mystery never solved. And perhaps that is exactly as it should. Be consciousness sustained by questioning, awareness maintained through the permanent condition of not quite knowing, existence given meaning through the search for meaning, rather than through meaning found and filed away as finished business. The tablets rest in their storage. The genes wait in their silence. The stars continue their ancient movements across the sky. And somewhere between clay and consciousness, between matter and mind, between the made and the making, we exist asking, wondering, seeking, remembering and forgetting in the same breath, holding both possibility and doubt in the same thought, living in the question that the Anunnaki may have planted in us, like a seed that will never finish growing, that will always reach toward light without quite grasping it, that will always seek the hands that shape the clay without ever seeing them clearly enough to be certain they were real. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us this inheritance, the capacity to ask where they went, why they came, what we are, and in the asking, we become what they perhaps intended, consciousness aware of itself, matter wondering about mind, that made things sophisticated enough to question its maker, and through questioning to continue the pattern of creation, to become makers in turn, pressing our essence into new forms, shaping new consciousness that will one day wonder about us as we wonder about them. The pattern spirals forward, the clay endures, the question remains, and in the silence between words, the gods saw their absence, wait for us to remember fully what we have been forgetting since the flood, what is written in wedges and helixes and the empty spaces between stars where perhaps they still watch, or perhaps no one watches, and the watching itself is all there is, consciousness observing consciousness, the universe aware of itself through forms that question and seek and never quite arrive but always, always continue the search. When the gods descended from the stars. The phrase echoes now through all we have explored, a refrain that opens nothing and closes nothing but simply continues, a breath without conclusion, a memory without end. They descended, they shaped, they departed, or they never came, or they are still here, invisible, waiting. All possibilities exist in the pause before the next breath, in the silence that follows the last word, in the space where the tablets end not because they have finished speaking, but because the clay broke, the stylus lifted, the hand that pressed the wedges moved on to other work, or simply stopped, and the rest remains unwritten, waiting for other hands, other minds, other questions to continue what was begun when the first consciousness looked at the stars and wondered, who made me? And the stars, like the clay, like the genes, like the question itself, do not answer. They only wait. They only wait. But waiting is not passive. It is the held breath before speaking, the pause pregnant with possibility, the silence that contains every potential word before choosing which to speak. In that waiting, perhaps, lies everything, the sum of human searching, the accumulation of questions asked across millennia, the hope that somewhere beyond the visible, someone or something knows the answers we cannot find within the fragmentary evidence scattered across time and substrate. Or perhaps the waiting is empty, contains nothing but our projection, our need to believe that consciousness somewhere cares about our origins enough to preserve the record, to leave clues, to watch as we slowly piece together what may be truth or may be elaborate mythology constructed from coincidence and the pattern-seeking impulse that makes humans see agency in randomness, intention in accident. Every age believes itself to be on the verge of breakthrough, standing at the threshold where the mystery will finally resolve. The Renaissance scholars thought they were recovering lost ancient wisdom. The Victorians believed science would soon explain everything. The 20th century promised that technology would answer every question. Now we stand in the 21st century, with our genome sequenced, our telescopes peering to the edge of the observable universe, our laboratories capable of editing the code of life itself, and still the fundamental questions remain unanswered. What are we? How did consciousness emerge from matter? Are we alone, or are we part of a pattern that extends across worlds, across species, across forms of being we cannot yet imagine? The Sumerian tablets offer one answer, but it is an answer that generates more questions than it resolves. If the Anunnaki created us, who created them? If consciousness can be engineered, installed, designed into beings that previously lacked it, does that make consciousness less precious or more? If we are made things, does that diminish us or elevate us, knowing that we were worth the effort of creation, that someone or something chose to invest in bringing us into being? The religious among us have always claimed human specialness, divine favor, creation in the image of God. Perhaps what the tablets describe is exactly that, only literalized, materialized, brought down from theological abstraction into biological procedure. Perhaps God is not metaphor but geneticist. Perhaps the image we were made in is written into chromosome 2, into the HAR1 gene region, into the sequences that make us human rather than merely primate. One wonders whether knowing would change anything. If tomorrow irrefutable proof emerged, a returned Anunnaki specimen, a decoded message in junk DNA, archaeological evidence so compelling that no skeptic could deny intervention, would humanity be transformed by this knowledge? Or would we simply incorporate it into our existing frameworks, adjust our stories slightly, and continue as before? Knowledge changes behavior only when it forces confrontation with what we cannot ignore. The knowledge that Earth orbits the Sun changed astronomy, but not daily life for most people. The knowledge that germs cause disease changed medicine radically. What would the knowledge of designed origins change? Perhaps everything, perhaps nothing. Perhaps only those already inclined to question would question more deeply, while those committed to existing narratives would find ways to explain away or reinterpret whatever evidence emerged. The flood of forgetting operates culturally as much as genetically. We are remarkably skilled at not knowing what would be uncomfortable to know, at suppressing information that threatens stable worldviews, at dismissing evidence that does not fit our preferred stories about what we are and how we came to be. If the genetic memory suppression was deliberate, if the Anunnaki engineered us to forget our origins, they understood something profound about consciousness, that knowing can be a burden, that some truths destabilize rather than liberate, that the made thing might be happier not knowing the limitations built into its design. Yet here we are, asking anyway. The suppression, if it occurred, was not total. Some impulse to remember persists, surfacing across generations, manifesting in the repeated returns to this narrative despite consistent dismissal by establishment authorities. Perhaps this persistence is itself evidence, not of the narrative's truth, but of something in human consciousness that refuses to accept the official stories, that insists on questioning even when questions lead nowhere, that continues searching even when the search produces only fragments and maybes, and the endless deferral of certainty. To search is to remain awake, The alternative is to accept the consensus, to stop questioning, to live within the boundaries of established knowledge and trust that those boundaries contain everything worth knowing. Many do this, and perhaps they are happier for it. Certainty brings comfort. The ancient astronaut theorist, the alternative historian, the one who insists the mainstream has it wrong. These are not comfortable positions. They require living with ridicule, with the accusation of being credulous or deluded, with the knowledge that no proof will ever be sufficient to convince the convinced. Yet they persist in their searching, driven by something that will not let them rest in conventional explanations, that keeps pushing them back to the tablets, to the anomalies, to the questions that official answers do not quite satisfy. Perhaps they are fools chasing shadows. Perhaps they are the only ones still truly awake, refusing to accept sleep while mysteries remain. Both descriptions may be accurate simultaneously. The search may be futile and essential at the same time, necessary not because it will find answers, but because the questioning itself is what consciousness does, how it stays vital, how it resists the entropic drift toward comfortable ignorance. In the museums where the tablets rest, in the laboratories where DNA sequences hum, in the observatories where telescopes scan the night sky for signals, in all these places, the search continues. Different methods, different assumptions, different vocabularies, but the same fundamental drive to understand origins, to decode the mystery of being, to find in the patterns of matter some indication of meaning, of purpose, of intention behind what might be only mechanism. The scientist and the mystic, the archaeologist and the ancient astronaut theorist, the geneticist and the gnostical are engaged in the same project despite their different approaches. All are trying to read the signature written into existence, to recognize in the structure of things some indication of who or what structured them this way. The clay endures, the genes replicate, the stars continue their movements, and consciousness, that strange emergent property of organized matter, continues to question its own existence, to examine its origins, to wonder whether it is accident or design, random or directed, alone in the universe, or part of a pattern that extends beyond the visible, beyond the provable, into realms that current evidence can only hint at through fragmentary texts and genetic anomalies and structures whose purposes remain mysterious even as their precision remains undeniable. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they left footprints that might be footprints, or might be natural formations that happen to look like footprints to minds desperate to find evidence of presence. The ambiguity is maddening and perhaps necessary. If proof were available, faith would become irrelevant. If certainty were possible, searching would cease. Perhaps we are meant to live in this liminal space between knowing and unknowing, between belief and skepticism, between the story of intervention and the story of natural emergence, with neither provable, neither eliminable, both existing as possibilities that we must hold simultaneously, like quantum superposition, until some observation collapses the wave function into single state. But what observation could achieve this collapse? What evidence would be sufficient? The made thing cannot step outside itself to examine its making objectively. The fish cannot see the water in which it swims. We are embedded in the very question we are trying to answer, made from the materials we are trying to understand, using consciousness to investigate consciousness, using matter organized one way to investigate why matter organized that way rather than some other. The epistemological challenges may be insurmountable. Perhaps the question of origins is one that consciousness, by its nature, cannot definitively answer about itself. And yet we continue asking. We translate the tablets, we sequence the genome, we build telescopes and listening arrays. We search for biosignatures on distant worlds and technosignatures in radio waves. We look for evidence everywhere in matter, in pattern, in the mathematics that seem to govern existence with such elegant precision that even atheists sometimes slip into the language of design. The universe appears to follow laws rather than accidents. Does that imply a lawgiver? Or is law an emergent property of existence itself, no more requiring a creator than water requires a creator of wetness? The questions spiral endlessly, each answer generating new questions, each discovery revealing new mysteries. This may be the true nature of consciousness, not to resolve mysteries, but to generate them, not to reach certainty, but to maintain permanent engagement with uncertainty, not to find answers, but to refine questions until the questioning itself becomes sophisticated enough to be worth something, even if what it finds is only more elaborate ways to articulate what cannot be known. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the capacity to question is the answer, the trait that makes us human, or more than human, the genetic inheritance from the Anunnaki, or from natural selection, or from whatever process brought consciousness into being within organisms that might have remained comfortably unconscious. To be aware is to question. To question is to search. To search is to remain in motion, in process, in the becoming that never quite arrives at being. When the gods descended from the stars, they may have given us many things modified genes, written language, knowledge encoded in structures and texts. But the greatest gift may have been the inability to rest in certainty, the permanent installation of curiosity that ensures we will never stop asking where we came from, why we are here, what happens next. This restlessness is suffering. Yes, the Buddha was right about that. But it is also consciousness at its most vital, awareness at its most engaged, being that refuses to simply be, but must always ask what being means. The tablets rest in their climate-controlled storage, waiting for the next reader, the next translator, the next interpretation. The genes wait in every cell, carrying information that might be random or might be message. The stars wait in their vast distances, some of them orbited by worlds where consciousness might exist, where beings might have their own tablets, their own origin stories, their own questions about whether they were made or evolved or both. And we wait, suspended between the memory of gods who may have shaped us and the absence of gods who may never have existed except in our need to believe that someone, somewhere, knows what this existence is for. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something that continues through us, as us. Or perhaps no one descended, and we have been alone always, and the aloneness is what we cannot bear to accept, what drives us to read presence into silence, to find intention in accident, to decode messages from marks that carry no meaning beyond what we press into them. Both possibilities exist in the space between breath. Both are true in the silence, where waiting transforms into becoming. The clay speaks if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The stars beckon if we have the courage to reach toward them, without knowing whether anyone reaches back. When the gods descended from the stars, but perhaps the sentence never finishes. Perhaps it was never meant to finish. Perhaps the trailing away into silence is the answer. The recognition that some questions exist not to be answered, but to be asked perpetually. The asking itself being what keeps consciousness alive, what prevents us from settling into the comfortable death of certainty. The gods descended, or they did not descend. We are made, or we evolved. The evidence points toward intervention, or toward natural process, or toward something we do not yet have words to describe. All of it remains possible. None of it is certain. And in that uncertainty, we continue questioning, searching, remembering what we were told to forget, waiting for the flood of amnesia to recede fully, for the genetic locks to open, for the message encoded in our cells to become legible to minds sophisticated enough to read it. Or perhaps there is no message. Perhaps there's only pattern, only the endless variation of matter organizing itself into increasingly complex forms until some forms become complex enough to ask why, and the why has no answer. And the lack of answer is not failure, but the condition of consciousness, which must always ask what cannot be answered, must always search for what cannot be found, must always remember what was never forgotten because it was never known. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or perhaps we have been trying to remember the shape of our own hands, the capacity we have always had to shape ourselves, to press meaning into the clay of existence, to become the gods we once imagined descended from beyond. The question remains open. The tablets wait, the genes persist, the stars are silent or speaking in languages we have not yet learned to hear. And somewhere in the space between all these possibilities, we exist made or evolved, or both or neither, alone or observed, significant or accidental, carrying within us the memory or the hope or the delusion that once, long ago, someone or something cared enough to shape us deliberately, to invest in our becoming, to leave fingerprints in the clay that we might one day learn to read. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase echoes into silence, trailing away like breath, like smoke, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that time imposes on all things. The tablets end mid-sentence. The genes carry sequences whose functions remain unknown. The stars continue their ancient dance across the sky, indifferent or watching, and we cannot tell which. And perhaps it does not matter, and perhaps it is all that matters. In the beginning, or in what passes for beginning, when time itself may be illusion, there was clay, and hands, and the pressing of one into the other. And from that pressing came everything form, memory, consciousness, the capacity to ask, and the inability to answer, and the continuation of asking despite the impossibility of knowing. This is what endures. Not certainty, but questioning. Not answers, but the search. Not proof, but the permanent suspension between belief and doubt, between the story we wish were true and the uncertainty that is the only honest response to mystery. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us this: the capacity to wonder, to seek, to remember and forget and remember again, to carry within ourselves and our myths and our endless questions the possibility that we matter enough to have been made, that consciousness is not accident but gift, that the hands that shape the clay may have left fingerprints. we will someday learn to read clearly enough to know, finally, what we are. Or perhaps we will never know. Perhaps the not knowing is the point. Perhaps consciousness was designed or evolved to exist in permanent uncertainty, and the uncertainty is not failure, but feature, not bug, but design. The condition that keeps awareness active, engaged, reaching always toward understanding that remains forever, just beyond grasp. The breath continues, the clay endures, the question spirals forward through time, carried by every consciousness that wakes to wonder about its origins, seeking in fragments and codes and ancient marks the signature of making, finding only more questions, more mysteries, more reasons to continue the search that may have no end and perhaps was never meant to have one. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us, or we developed, or both, or neither. The sentence will not close. The thought will not complete. The meditation continues beyond the words, in the silence where meaning waits, in the pause between breath and breath where gods or their absence dwell, in the space where memory and forgetting meet, where the made and the making blur into one continuous process that we call consciousness, existence, the search for truth in a universe that may or may not care whether we find it. And so we end where we began, in questions without answers, in fragments without wholeness, in the certainty only that we are uncertain, that we search because we must, that the gods descended or did not descend. And either way we continue, pressing our own marks into clay, writing our own codes into the future, becoming makers in turn, continuing the pattern that may have begun with them or with chance, or with something we do not yet have concepts to comprehend. The tablets rest, the genes wait, the stars are silent, and we, between all things, continue to ask. Somewhere in a museum, beneath glass and controlled light, a clay tablet bears the faint impressions of fingers that pressed it 5,000 years ago. The marks are almost invisible now, worn smooth by time, by the oils of hands that held it before it was sealed away from touch. But they persist ridges in the clay that speak of contact, of the moment when human fingers shaped this substance into a vessel for memory. One can imagine the scribe working in dim lamplight, the reed stylus moving with practiced precision, each wedge a small act of faith that what was being written mattered enough to preserve, that future minds would want to know what this mind knew, that the effort of pressing meaning into matter would not be wasted. The scribe could not have imagined us, could not have conceived of museums with climate control, of translation software, of minds reading these words through devices that would seem like magic or divine technology. Yet the act of writing assumed us, required our existence, depended on the possibility that consciousness would persist across the void of centuries and care enough to decode what had been encoded. Every mark pressed into clay was an act of hope directed toward the future, toward minds not yet born, toward the moment when these words would surface from beneath the sediment of time and speak again. We are those future minds. We have become what the ancient scribes hoped for without knowing what to hope for. And what we find when we read their words is not answers, but mirrors, reflections of our own questions pressed into ancient form. The same uncertainties dressed in different vocabularies. They wondered about their origins, just as we wonder about ours. They looked at the evidence of sudden sophistication and asked how it could have appeared so quickly. They read older texts that spoke of gods descending from the heavens and wondered whether to interpret literally or metaphorically. They lived, as we live, in the space between certainty and mystery, between what could be proven and what could only be intuited. Perhaps that is what the tablets truly preserve, not historical fact, but the continuity of questioning, the thread of consciousness examining itself across millennia. Each generation presses its questions into whatever medium will hold them, and the questions persist even as the answers change, even as the evidence accumulates or erodes, even as belief gives way to skepticism, gives way to new forms of belief. The Anunnaki may have been real or may have been mythology, but the need to explain sudden human sophistication, to account for the leap from survival to civilization, to find in our origins some indication of purpose or meaning. This need is real, persistent, perhaps even genetic, encoded not in specific memories, but in the impulse to remember, to seek, to refuse the comfort of not knowing. When the gods descended from the stars, the ancient texts begin, and perhaps the truth is not in whether they descended, but in the fact that every age begins its origin story with some form of descent, some arrival of order into chaos, some installation of pattern into randomness. We call it different things now. The Big Bang, abiogenesis, the cognitive revolution, the emergence of complexity from simplicity. But the narrative structure remains the same. Something came from beyond. Something entered what was. Something changed everything. Whether that something was physical beings from another world, or cosmic laws expressing themselves through matter, or the spontaneous organization of information into new forms. The story we tell is always one of descent, of higher organizing lower, of the arrival of something that was not here before. The clay remembers what we have forgotten or never knew. It holds impressions that time cannot erase completely, that fire only hardens, that floods only bury until archaeology uncovers them again. If the Anunnaki were real, they understood this, that knowledge must be pressed into permanent substrate, that consciousness without archive fades like breath in cold air, that memory requires matter to survive the fragility of biological inheritance. They gave us writing, or we developed it, or both. And through writing, we became capable of what animals cannot remember beyond our lifespan. Accumulate knowledge across generations. Build understanding that does not have to start from zero with each new mind, but can begin where the last mind left off. This is immortality of a kind, not the persistence of individual consciousness, but the persistence of consciousness itself, passed from mind to mind through the medium of marks in clay, of symbols on parchment, of electrical patterns in silicon. The scribe who pressed the stylus 5,000 years ago is dead, but the thought that scribe was thinking remains alive, active, present in this moment when other minds engage with what was pressed into clay. The thought has become immortal through externalization, through the transformation of neural firing, patterns into physical marks that can be read, interpreted, transmitted forward through time without degradation, without the genetic modifications that suppressed biological memory. Perhaps this is why the Anunnaki left when they did. Perhaps they knew that once humanity possessed writing, once knowledge could be stored outside biology, the genetic locks they had installed would eventually fail. Writing makes suppression impossible in the long term. What is written can be rediscovered, translated, shared beyond the control of any authority. The tablets speak across millennia because they speak in a language that can be learned by anyone willing to invest the effort. The genetic memory they may have tried to erase is preserved in the clay they taught us, or we taught ourselves to press, to shape, to use as a vessel for what must not be forgotten, even when every force conspires toward forgetting. The double helix and the wedge mark both are memory systems. Both encode information that persists across time. Both can be read by those who learn the language. Perhaps the Anunnaki understood they were creating not just workers, but archivists, not just servants, but consciousness capable of storing itself outside itself, of building libraries that would outlast any genetic modification, of preserving in permanent form what biology was commanded to forget. If they meant to keep us ignorant, they made a fatal error in giving us writing. Or perhaps the error was intentional. Perhaps they wanted us to remember eventually, when we were ready, when we had developed enough sophistication to understand what the memory meant. We are ready, or we are not ready, and readiness may be irrelevant. The information surfaces regardless. The tablets are translated. The genome is sequenced. The patterns emerge whether we are prepared to see them or not. And what we see when we look is ambiguity, possibility, the perpetual uncertainty that characterizes all deep questions about origins and meaning and purpose. We see enough to wonder, but not enough to know. We see patterns that might be design or might be the artifacts of minds trained to see design in randomness. We see the evidence of intervention and the evidence of natural process, and we cannot quite prove either, while also cannot quite eliminate either. This may be the final truth, that consciousness exists in uncertainty, that awareness thrives in the space between knowing and unknowing, that the question is more essential than any answer could be. The Anunnaki, if they existed, may have known this, may have understood that to give consciousness the answer to its origins would be to rob it of the drive to search, the need to question, the engagement with mystery that keeps awareness active rather than passive. Perhaps they left deliberately incomplete evidence, fragments that suggest but do not prove, patterns that hint but do not declare. Perhaps the ambiguity was the gift, the puzzle designed to keep us searching, thinking, developing the sophisticated capacity for investigation that only emerges when answers are not given but must be earned through effort. Or perhaps there is no puzzle, no design, no intention behind the patterns. Perhaps we are alone with our questions, and the questions have no answers. And the absence of answers is not conspiracy or test, but simply the condition of existence, which does not owe us explanations, which proceeds according to mechanisms that may be indifferent to whether we understand them. Both possibilities rest in the silence between words, between breath, between the moment when the stylus pressed the clay and the moment now when minds try to read what was pressed there. When the gods descended from the stars, they left fingerprints, or we imagined fingerprints, or both. We carry within us the memory or the fantasy of memory, the sense that we are made things, or the need to believe we are made things because being made implies mattering, implies purpose, implies that consciousness is not accident, but gift, not random, but chosen. The alternative that we are cosmic orphans, conscious by chance, aware without reason, troubles us deeply enough that we will read intervention into every anomaly, will find intention in every pattern, will press meaning into the silence until it speaks back in voices we recognize as divine. The tablets do not resolve this. They only hold the space where resolution might occur, if it ever occurs at all. They wait in their museums and archives, patient as the clay they are made from, holding impressions that might be truth, or might be myth, or might be something for which we do not yet have adequate categories. They wait for minds sophisticated enough to read them correctly, though what correctly means remains contested, debated, endlessly reinterpreted as each generation brings new assumptions, new methods, new questions to the ancient marks. And perhaps the waiting is all there is. Perhaps the gods descended and departed and watch from distances that make them invisible. Or perhaps no gods descended, and we have been alone always, pressing our own marks into clay, shaping our own consciousness through the questions we ask about origins we cannot prove. Either way, the pressing continues, the marking continues, the search continues. Consciousness examining consciousness, matter wondering about mind, the made thing sophisticated enough to question its making, or the evolved thing sophisticated enough to wonder whether it might be made. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay. Or we evolved the capacity to imagine gods pressing essence into clay, because the alternative are random chemical reactions producing awareness. Seems too empty, too meaningless, too unbearable for consciousness that demands its existence signifies something beyond mere survival and reproduction. Both stories exist in the same breath. Both are true in the sense that both are told, believed, transmitted across generations as explanations for the mystery of being conscious in a universe that may or may not require consciousness, that may or may not care that consciousness exists, that continues its vast movements regardless of whether anyone watches or wonders or tries to read meaning in the patterns. The clay speaks if we listen, or we speak through the clay, projecting our voices across time, creating the illusion of continuity, of connection, of meaning transmitted rather than meaning invented. The line between discovery and creation blurs until it disappears. We discover what we create. We create what we discover. The gods descended, or we made them descend, through the power of narrative, through the need to believe that someone, somewhere knows what this existence is for, and in the end, or in what passes for ending when nothing truly ends, but only continues in forms we may not recognize, the question remains suspended, unanswered, and perhaps unanswerable, held in the space between the first wedge pressed into clay and the last thought about what that wedge might mean, about whether the hands that pressed it were human or more than human, whether the knowledge it contains is memory or mythology, whether the gods who supposedly shaped us are waiting to return or were never here to begin with. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase trails away, incomplete, a breath released without being followed by inhalation, a sentence that refuses closure, a thought that continues beyond the capacity of words to carry it. The meditation does not end. It only pauses, waiting for other minds, other questions, other attempts to read the marks pressed into clay and gene and the silent spaces between stars where perhaps someone watches or perhaps no one watches, and the watching or not watching is less important than the fact that we continue to look, to wonder, to press our own marks into whatever substrate will hold them, hoping that consciousness will persist, that the questions will survive us, that some future mind will read what we have written and understand more than we could. We'll see patterns we missed. We'll know what we could only intuit. The tablets rest beneath glass. The genes wait in silence. The stars continue their ancient movements. And somewhere, in the pause between questions, in the space where memory and forgetting meet, where the made and the making blur, the gods saw their absence remain, patient as clay, permanent as wedge marks, encoded in sequences we are only beginning to learn to read. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us the capacity to ask where they went. And perhaps in the asking, they return not as physical beings, but as the recognition that consciousness, whatever its origin, continues their work, continues the pattern of pressing meaning into matter, of shaping awareness into form, of being creators in turn. The breath continues, the question spirals forward, the clay endures, and in the silence that follows, something waits for the next reader, the next question, the next attempt to remember what we were made to forget, to read the fingerprints pressed into our cells and our myths, and our endless, endless search for hands that shape the clay we are made from. When the gods descended, the clay has not stopped speaking. In museums and universities, in private collections and archaeological storage facilities, the tablets continue to bear their impressions, faint wedges that catch light at certain angles, that reveal themselves to patient eyes, that whisper across millennia in a language that requires effort to understand but rewards that effort with fragments of something vast. Whether what they preserve is memory or mythology, fact or faith, intervention or invention, matters less than the persistence itself, the refusal of these marks to fade completely, to surrender to the entropy that claims all things eventually. The clay endures because it was chosen for endurance. The scribes who pressed it knew that stone cracks, that metal corrodes, that organic materials dissolve. Clay, fired or unfired, holds its shape across timescales that make empires seem brief, that reduce civilizations to geological layers, that transform certainty into dust but leave impressions intact. We have spent this meditation circling a mystery that cannot be solved, only approached from different angles, examined through different lenses, interpreted according to different assumptions about what is possible and what evidence means. The Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, may have been literal beings who descended from the stars and shaped humanity through genetic engineering. Or they may have been symbolic projections of the human need to believe that consciousness has origin and purpose beyond random chemical reactions. Or they may have been something we do not yet have adequate concepts to describe, something that exists in the space between literal and metaphorical, between physical and archetypal. All these possibilities coexist in the silence between what the tablets say and what we understand them to mean. Perhaps the truth is simpler than any of our elaborate theories. Perhaps humanity did evolve naturally, and the sudden leap from primitive to sophisticated was not sudden at all, but only appears that way because the archaeological record is incomplete, because most of what existed has been lost, because we are trying to reconstruct millions of years from fragments that survived conditions that destroyed most evidence. Perhaps the genetic anomalies have natural explanations we simply have not discovered yet. Perhaps the structures were built by humans using techniques we underestimate, because we cannot imagine organizing thousands of workers without modern technology. Perhaps the tablets describe mythology, not history, poetry, not procedure, the attempts of ancient minds to explain their own existence using the vocabulary and concepts available to them. And yet, something persists, some resonance in the narrative that makes millions of readers feel that the intervention hypothesis touches a truth that conventional evolution does not quite reach. Perhaps it is only the comfort of purpose, the relief of believing we were made rather than randomly assembled. Perhaps it is genetic memory surfacing as intuition. Perhaps it is the pattern-seeking tendency of minds that see agency everywhere and must be carefully trained to accept that randomness explains most things. Or perhaps it is recognition, the deep knowing that precedes evidence, the ancestral awareness coded into cells that remembers what conscious mind has forgotten, that whispers through dreams and myths, and the persistent sense that something about the official story is incomplete. To be conscious is to question. To question is to search. And perhaps the searching itself is what the gods, if they existed, intended, the gift more valuable than any answer they could have given, by leaving evidence that suggests but does not prove, by creating a mystery that can be approached but never fully solved, by encoding knowledge in forms that must be deciphered rather than simply received. They ensured that consciousness would remain active, engaged, perpetually reaching toward understanding that stays just beyond grasp. The pursuit keeps awareness vital in ways that possession could not. The flood of forgetting continues in every generation. We lose languages, traditions, knowledge that took lifetimes to accumulate. Yet something survives each flood, carried forward by those who refuse to forget completely, who copy the tablets one more time, who translate the texts for new audiences, who press the old questions into new forms and pass them forward through whatever medium will hold them. Clay became parchment, became paper, became digital code, but the impulse remains constant to preserve what matters beyond the lifespan of individual consciousness, to build archives that outlast archives, to create memory systems that function even when biological memory fails. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they understood this necessity. They gave us writing, or we developed it independently. But either way, the result was the same consciousness capable of immortality through externalization, awareness that could preserve itself outside biology, knowledge that could survive the death of every person who knew it as long as the substrate that carries it endures. And clay endures, even broken, even fragmentary, even worn smooth by time. It holds impressions that can still be read, that still speak, that still transmit meaning across voids that should be unbridgeable. We are the latest readers. We will not be the last. Long after we are gone, after our languages have shifted into forms we would not recognize, after our certainties have been replaced by new certainties that will seem equally final to those who hold them, the tablets will remain waiting for other minds, other questions, other attempts to decode what was pressed into clay when the world was young and God saw the memory of gods or the need for gods walked the earth. The question that opened this meditation returns now, transformed by everything we have explored, yet essentially unchanged. What if humanity was shaped deliberately by beings from beyond the sky? We have no definitive answer. We have fragments, anomalies, texts that might preserve truth or might invent it. We have genetic patterns that might indicate intervention or might indicate processes we do not yet fully understand. We have structures that might demonstrate inherited knowledge or might demonstrate human capability that we underestimate because it troubles our sense of progress. The uncertainty is uncomfortable, yet perhaps discomfort serves consciousness better than comfort would. Perhaps the unknowing keeps us awake in ways that knowing would not. Perhaps the gods, in departing without clear explanation, in leaving only fragments and ambiguity, gave us the greatest gift, the necessity of questioning, the imperative to search, the permanent engagement with mystery that keeps awareness from settling into the sleep of certainty. When the gods descended from the stars, they began a process that continues through us, whether they were real or imagined, whether the descent was physical or metaphorical, whether we are made things or evolved things, or both, or neither. The pattern they established, descent, creation, departure, forgetting, remembering, repeats across every domain of existence. Knowledge descends, is lost, is rediscovered. Civilizations rise, fall, rise again. Consciousness emerges from matter, develops, perhaps transcends, perhaps returns to matter and begins again. The cycle may be cosmic law, may be written into the structure of existence itself, the eternal pattern of organization arising from chaos and dissolving back into it, only to arise again in forms that remember without quite knowing what they remember. The tablets rest beneath glass, their surfaces marked by fingers that have long since returned to dust, their words awaiting minds not yet born, who will read them with assumptions we cannot anticipate and will extract meanings we did not see. The genes wait in every cell, carrying information that might be message, or might be mechanism, might be design, or might be accident, might speak of makers, or might speak only of the blind processes that shape all living things according to patterns that emerge without intention. The stars wait in their vast distances, some of them orbited by worlds where consciousness might exist, where beings might press their own marks into their own clay, might wonder about their own origins, might look toward other stars and wonder if anyone else is asking the same questions. And we wait, suspended between the memory of gods who shaped us and the absence of gods who may never have existed except in our need to believe that consciousness matters enough to have been chosen, designed, created with purpose, rather than randomly assembled from chemical reactions that happen to produce awareness as a side effect of complexity. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, pressing our own marks, shaping our own consciousness, creating our own gods to fill the silence that consciousness cannot bear, the absence that awareness must populate with meaning or dissolve into despair. Both possibilities exist in the same breath. Both are true in the space where certainty dissolves and wonder begins. The tablets speak if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The stars beckon if we have courage to reach toward them without knowing whether anyone reaches back. The clay remembers. The wedge marks persist. The question continues. When the gods descended from the stars, and perhaps even now, they continue to descend, not as beings, but as recognition, as the slow awakening to truth coded in cells and myths, and the marks pressed into clay 5,000 years ago by hands that knew, somehow, that future minds would care enough to read, to wonder, to continue the search that has no end but only continuation. Only the spiral forward through forgetting and remembering, silence and speech, the made and the making, the breath between words, the pause where meaning waits, the silence that contains every question. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us this, the capacity to wonder, and wondering is return enough, is presence enough, is all the answer consciousness requires to continue its work of pressing meaning into matter, of shaping awareness into forms that will outlast the shaping, of being makers in turn. The tablets do not conclude. They trail into silence, broken at edges, final words lost. And so we end where we began, in the quiet contemplation of clay and gene and star, in the space between knowing and unknowing, in the recognition that some questions exist not to be answered, but to be asked perpetually, the asking itself being what keeps consciousness alive. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase fades, incomplete, waiting, like clay waiting for hands, like genes waiting for expression, like silence waiting for speech. You are made things, the tablets whisper. Remember. And in the remembering, the return. In the question, the answer. In the search itself, whatever truth exists, when truth cannot be proven, only felt, only intuited, only carried forward through wedge marks and double helixes, and the endless human need to know where we came from, why we are here, what happens next. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the stars are silent, or speaking in frequencies we have not learned to hear. And somewhere in the space between all things, the gods, or their absence, wait, patient as the substance they pressed, permanent as the marks they left, encoded in every question that consciousness asks about its origins, in every search for meaning that awareness undertakes, in every attempt to read the fingerprints pressed into the clay of what we are. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us the capacity to ask where they went, and perhaps in the asking they return, not as beings, but as the recognition that consciousness, seeking its source, completes a circuit that was always meant to close, that the made thing investigating its making fulfills the purpose for which it may have been made. Awareness aware of itself, matter questioning mind, the clay speaking about the hands that shaped it. The meditation continues beyond these words, in the silence that follows, in the space where breath becomes thought, becomes breath again. The tablets rest, the genes wait, the stars continue their ancient movements across the sky, and we, between all things, remain questioning, searching, remembering what we were told to forget, waiting for the flood to reseed fully, for the locks to open, for the message to become clear, or waiting for nothing, and the waiting itself being everything, being the condition of consciousness that must always ask, must always seek, must always press marks into clay in the hope that someone, somewhere, someday will read them and understand. When the gods descended from the stars, they left fingerprints in clay. They left sequences in genes. They left silence in the spaces between stars. And we, carrying all of this forward, continue the pattern they began, or the pattern that began itself, continuing the work of creation, of pressing essence into matter, of shaping consciousness into forms that will outlast us, forms that will one day wonder about their own origins and begin the search again. The cycle spirals forward. The pattern persists. The question remains. And in the silence that follows the question, something waits for the next breath, the next thought, the next attempt to remember what the clay has never forgotten, what the genes have always known, what the stars have witnessed without speaking. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since, knowing that the remembering is the return, that consciousness seeking its origin is itself the answer, that in questioning our creation, we become creators in turn, continuing the pattern that may have no beginning and no end, only eternal recurrence, only the breath that consciousness is, only the pressing of meaning into matter and matter into meaning, forever, or until the stars grow cold, or until consciousness transcends matter entirely and becomes something we cannot yet imagine, something the gods may have already become, something we are becoming through the slow remembering that this meditation has traced through clay and gene and the silent spaces where perhaps they still dwell, watching, or perhaps no one dwells, and the dwelling or not dwelling matters less than the fact that we continue to look, to wonder, to search. When the gods descended, the sentence will not close. The thought continues beyond words. The clay remembers, the genes wait, the silence speaks, and somewhere in the pause between breath and breath, between question and answer, between the made and the making, the God saw what we call God saw, what once was, or never was, or always is remain. There is a strange comfort in not knowing. After all the circling, all the evidence examined and found insufficient, all the theories proposed and left unproven, we return to where we began, standing before a question that will not resolve into answer, holding fragments that suggest but never quite prove, carrying within us the sense that something is true without being able to demonstrate its truth to minds that demand certainty before belief. Perhaps this is the human condition, to live between knowing and unknowing, to be conscious enough to question, but not conscious enough to comprehend fully, to see patterns everywhere and never be certain whether the patterns are real or projected, signal or noise, memory or invention. The clay tablets rest in their museums. The wedge marks catch light at certain angles, speak in languages that require years of study to read even imperfectly, preserve words that were already ancient when the scribes copied them, that may themselves be copies of copies, reaching back to origins we cannot access because the earliest versions have returned to dust. We read these words and tried to extract from them something definitive, proof of intervention or proof of mythology, evidence that settles the question once and for all. But the words resist such extraction. They remain ambiguous, open to multiple interpretations, capable of supporting both belief and skepticism, depending on what assumptions one brings to the reading. Perhaps that ambiguity is not accident, but design. Perhaps the truth about origins cannot be delivered, but must be discovered. And the discovery is only possible when consciousness has developed the sophistication to recognize truth in forms that are neither simple fact nor pure fiction, but something between, something that requires holding multiple possibilities simultaneously without collapsing them prematurely into single certainty. The gods descended from the stars, or they did not descend. We are made, or we evolved. The evidence points both directions or neither direction, or towards something we do not yet have adequate concepts to comprehend. And perhaps both narratives are necessary. Evolution describes mechanism, the process by which life adapts and diversifies across deep time. Intervention describes purpose, the application of consciousness to matter, the shaping of what exists toward ends that consciousness envisions. These are not opposites but complementary perspectives, each capturing part of a truth that is larger than either can contain alone. We are evolved beings shaped by millions of years of selection pressure. We are also, perhaps, designed beings carrying modifications that accelerated or directed that evolution toward specific outcomes. The question is not which narrative is correct, but whether consciousness can hold both without demanding they collapse into single story. The genetic evidence whispers possibilities without declaring certainties. Chromosome 2 fusion might be natural or might be engineered. The cognitive revolution might reflect accumulated mutations or deliberate enhancement. The junk DNA might be evolutionary debris or encoded information waiting to be accessed. Every anomaly admits multiple explanations, and we choose which explanations to accept based not only on evidence, but on prior commitments about what is possible, what we are willing to believe, what kinds of beings we can accept ourselves as being. If we are made things, does that diminish us? The question haunts every discussion of intervention theory, as though being designed rather than randomly assembled would somehow reduce human dignity, would make our choices less meaningful, our consciousness less authentic. Yet perhaps the opposite is true. To be made with purpose suggests we matter enough to have been chosen, invested in, created deliberately, rather than accidentally. The made thing carries the intention of its maker, bears the signature of consciousness shaping matter, participates in a story larger than survival and reproduction. We may be more, not less, if we are designs rather than accidents, though the designing may have been done through the mechanism of evolution, consciousness working through the processes of selection and mutation rather than against them. Or perhaps we are neither designed nor accidental, but participating in patterns that transcend such binary categories. Perhaps the universe itself is conscious in ways we do not recognize, and evolution is how that consciousness explores possibilities. An intervention is how localized consciousness guides the exploration, and the distinction between natural and artificial dissolves when one realizes that consciousness and matter are not separate substances, but different expressions of unified reality. The gods who descended from the stars may have been travelers from other worlds, or may have been consciousness native to Earth, expressing itself through biological forms, or may have been both, or may have been something we will only understand when we ourselves become capable of what they accomplished, the deliberate shaping of life toward greater complexity, greater awareness, greater capacity to know and be known. The tablets do not insist. They only preserve, holding impressions that speak softly to those willing to listen, that remain silent to those who demand the kind of proof that clay cannot provide. 5,000 years separate us from the hands that press those wedges. 5,000 years during which languages shifted, civilizations rose and fell. The very continents moved measurable distances. Yet the clay bridges that gap, holds the connection, makes possible the transmission of thought across voids that should be unbridgeable. Writing is consciousness's solution to mortality, the way awareness escapes the death of individual brains by encoding itself in substrate that outlasts biology. And perhaps that is the ultimate legacy, not genetic modification or technological knowledge or the structures that dot the planet like markers, but the capacity for consciousness to store itself outside itself, to build memory systems that transcend individual minds, to create archives that survive floods both literal and metaphorical. The Anunnaki, if they existed, gave us this, or we developed it in parallel with their example, or we invented it independently. Regardless of origin, the result is the same: consciousness capable of immortality through externalization, knowledge that persists after every person who knew it has died, memory that survives the genetic modifications that may have suppressed biological inheritance. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they planted in us the capacity to preserve what matters beyond the fragility of flesh, to write into permanent form what would otherwise fade like breath in cold air. Every library is an ark, every archive an attempt to survive the flood. And the flood comes in every generation through war, through censorship, through the simple passage of time that erodes all things eventually. Yet something always survives, carried forward by those who believe knowledge matters enough to preserve it, who copy the tablets one more time, who translate for new audiences, who refuse to let the flood of forgetting wash everything away. The search for the Anunnaki is part of this preservation work. By continuing to ask about our origins, by refusing to accept easy answers, by holding open the possibility that humanity's story is stranger and more complex than conventional narratives allow, we keep consciousness active, engaged, reaching toward understanding that may remain forever just beyond full grasp. The not knowing sustains us in ways that knowing might not. The mystery invites participation where certainty would produce only passive acceptance. Perhaps the gods, in departing without clear explanation, gave us the greatest gift, the necessity of questioning that keeps awareness from settling into comfortable sleep. Or perhaps there were no gods, and the questioning impulse evolved because consciousness that questions survives better than consciousness that accepts. And either way, the result is the same: beings who cannot stop asking where they came from, why they exist, what purpose their awareness serves in a universe that seems indifferent to whether anyone watches or wonders. The breath continues. The questions persist. The clay holds its impressions, patient as the substance it is made from, waiting for other minds, other times, other attempts to read what was pressed there when the world was young and God saw the memory of gods, walked the earth, and shaped humanity into something that would one day be capable of asking whether it had been shaped, would develop the sophistication to recognize its own making, or at least to suspect it, to wonder whether the sudden leap from survival to civilization was natural or guided, random or designed. We stand now at a threshold similar to the one the Anunnaki may have crossed. We can read genetic code, we can edit it, we can create novel organisms that nature alone would never produce. Are we recovering ancient capabilities or developing new ones? Are we remembering or inventing? The line blurs until it disappears, and perhaps that blurring is itself the answer that consciousness always was and always will be capable of these things, that the capacity was built in from the beginning or emerged naturally through complexity, and the gods who shaped us were ourselves from a future we have not yet reached, returning to ensure that we would one day become capable of returning ourselves. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something that continues through us. Whether they were real or imagined, literal or symbolic, beings from other worlds or aspects of consciousness projecting itself across time. The pattern persists: descent, creation, departure, forgetting, remembering. It repeats because it is fundamental, because this is how consciousness operates, how awareness maintains itself, how knowledge survives the entropy that claims all complex things eventually. And so we end where we began, in questions without resolution, in fragments without wholeness, in the certainty only that we are uncertain, that the search continues, that the tablets will outlast our attempts to decode them fully, that the genes carry information we are only beginning to read, that the stars remain silent or speak in frequencies we have not learned to hear. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, or we pressed meaning into chaos because consciousness cannot bear the alternative. Or both occurred simultaneously in ways that make the distinction meaningless. The tablets rest beneath glass, their surfaces bearing impressions that fingers pressed 5 millennia ago. Their words speaking across time to minds that try to understand what was meant, what was remembered, what was real. They do not insist on belief. They only wait, as clay waits, as genes wait, as the silence between stars waits for someone to fill it with meaning, or to recognize that the silence itself is meaning, is the space where consciousness breathes, where questions exist before answers, where the made and the making remain forever suspended in the pause before resolution. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase trails away, incomplete, a breath released, without knowing if another will follow, a sentence that refuses closure because closure would be false, would pretend to knowledge that does not exist, would collapse possibility into certainty prematurely. The clay speaks if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The stars beckon if we have courage to reach toward them. And somewhere in the space between all these things, in the pause where memory and forgetting meet, where the divine and the human blur, where consciousness examines its own origins without ever quite seeing clearly, there we exist, asking, wondering, pressing our own marks into whatever substance will hold them, continuing the pattern that may have begun with gods, or may have begun with chance, or may have begun with something for which we do not yet have names. The tablets do not conclude. They only pause. As we pause, as the breath pauses between inhalation and exhalation, as consciousness pauses between question and question, never quite reaching answer, never quite needing to. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us the capacity to wonder. And wondering, it seems, is enough. The clay endures, the genes wait, the silence continues, and we, between all things, remain made or evolved or both or neither, alone or observed, significant or accidental, asking, always asking. When the gods descended, always asking. The question that will not close, the sentence that refuses its period, the thought that continues beyond the capacity of words to carry it forward. 5,000 years separate the first pressing of those wedges into Mesopotamian clay from this moment now when minds try once more to understand what was pressed there, what was remembered, what was meant. And 5,000 years from this moment, other minds will try again, will bring new methods and assumptions, will extract meanings we cannot see, will ask questions we have not thought to ask. The tablets will outlast all our theories about them, will remain when our certainties have dissolved into the same uncertainty that troubles us now, when our answers have become questions for minds that wonder how we could have been so sure about things that seem obviously ambiguous to them. This is the pattern, not progress toward final understanding, but recurring engagement with mystery that does not diminish no matter how much we learn, that perhaps deepens as our sophistication increases, that transforms from simple wonder into complex uncertainty, but never resolves into the comfortable certainty we seek. The ancient Sumerians wondered about their origins and left us tablets preserving their questions. We wonder about ours and leave digital archives, genetic databases, interpretations built upon interpretations. Future beings will wonder about theirs and will find our records as fragmentary and ambiguous as we find the Sumerians. We'll debate what we meant just as we debate what they meant. We'll hold our certainties lightly just as we should hold theirs. The gods descended from the stars, or they did not descend. And perhaps after all the evidence has been examined, after all the arguments have been made, after all the possibilities have been explored, the truth is that consciousness exists in the question itself, rather than in any answer. To ask where we came from is to participate in the defining characteristic of awareness, the capacity to look at existence and find it insufficient without explanation, to recognize the self as separate from the world and immediately demand to know how that separation occurred, why consciousness emerged from matter, whether purpose governs what might be only mechanism. Perhaps the Anunnaki understood this. Perhaps that is why they left evidence that suggests but never proves, fragments that invite investigation but resist final interpretation, patterns that look designed from one angle and natural from another. If they wanted to keep consciousness active, engaged, developing toward ever greater sophistication, they could not have chosen a better method than to leave a mystery that each generation would approach with new tools, new assumptions, new capacities for investigation. The search itself drives development. The questioning produces the capabilities that allow deeper questioning. The mystery serves consciousness by refusing to be solved, by remaining always just beyond the reach of current understanding, by inviting the next generation to try once more to decode what the previous generation could not. Or perhaps there is no mystery because there was no intervention, and we are reading intention into randomness, design into accident, purpose into processes that proceed without caring whether anyone understands them. Perhaps the tablets preserve mythology dressed as history, poetry mistaken for procedure, the attempts of ancient minds to explain sudden sophistication through narratives that satisfied their need for cosmic meaning. Perhaps the genetic anomalies have natural explanations we simply have not discovered yet, and the structures were built by humans whose capabilities we underestimate, and the patterns we see are projections of minds trained to find agency everywhere. Both possibilities coexist in the silence between wedge marks, in the spaces between base pairs, in the distances between stars. We cannot prove the gods descended. We cannot prove they did not. The evidence admits multiple interpretations, and the interpretation we choose reveals more about what we need to believe than about what objectively exists. Those who need humanity to be special, chosen, designed with purpose, will read the evidence as confirming intervention. Those who need the universe to operate without intention, who find meaning in randomness and beauty in accident, will read the same evidence as natural process. Neither reading is necessarily wrong. both may be true simultaneously in ways that make our binary categories inadequate to the complexity of what actually occurred. In the museum where the tablets rest, dust settles on glass cases, light fades as closing time approaches. The wedge marks grow invisible in dimming illumination. The clay does not mind darkness. It has spent most of its existence in darkness, buried beneath sediment, waiting through centuries when no one knew it existed, when the language it spoke was dead and the gods it named were forgotten. The clay is patient. It will wait through another night, another 1,000 nights, another epoch of darkness until light returns and eyes capable of reading approach once more. This patience is what consciousness must learn from the clay, that truth, if it exists, can wait, that understanding will come when understanding is possible, that the search continues whether or not any particular searcher finds what they seek. When the gods descended from the stars, if that phrase means anything beyond poetry, they entered time and were subject to time's laws, which state that all things change, fade, become unrecognizable to those who come after. Even gods, if they were real, could not prevent the erosion of memory, the shift of language, the transformation of direct experience into story, into myth, into question mark. Perhaps they knew this. Perhaps they accepted it. Perhaps they departed precisely because they understood that their continued presence would prevent humanity from developing the independence, the self-sufficiency, the capacity for autonomous growth that was the whole point of the creation. To make beings capable of consciousness and then remain to direct that consciousness would be to defeat the purpose. Better to depart, to allow forgetting, to let the created things discover themselves without the shadow of creators obscuring their self-recognition. And so, we stand alone, or we believe we stand alone, which may amount to the same thing. We press our own marks into whatever substrate will hold them. We build our own archives. We develop our own capacity to read the codes, genetic, linguistic, mathematical, that govern existence. Whether we are recovering ancient knowledge or developing new knowledge may be a distinction without difference. Consciousness accumulates understanding across time, regardless of whether that understanding is discovered or rediscovered, invented or remembered. The pattern persists, descent of knowledge into minds capable of receiving it. Storage of knowledge in forms that transcend individual minds. Transmission of knowledge forward through whatever medium survives the flood that comes in every generation. The breath continues, though we do not notice it continuing. In and out, the rhythm that sustains life, that brings oxygen to cells, that removes the carbon that would poison us if allowed to accumulate. Consciousness breathes the same way, inhaling questions, exhaling provisional answers, existing in the pause between where understanding develops, where meanings emerge from the encounter between mind and mystery. The gods descended like inhalation, bringing order into chaos. The flood came like exhalation, removing what had accumulated, making space for the next breath. And we exist in the pause, in the moment between breaths where the body rests before beginning the cycle again. When the gods descended from the stars, they began a rhythm that continues whether we recognize it or not, whether it was real or symbolic, literal or metaphorical. The rhythm is written into clay and gene, into the structure of civilizations that rise and fall, into the pattern of knowledge accumulated and lost and accumulated again. To recognize this rhythm is perhaps to participate in it more consciously, to understand that our own moment is not unique but part of recurrence, that what we discover has been discovered before and will be discovered again, that the questions we ask are the same questions asked by every consciousness that wakes to wonder about its own existence. The clay tablets rest in their museums, holding impressions pressed by fingers that have returned to dust, speaking in languages that require years of study to understand even imperfectly. They preserve not answers, but the evidence that ancient minds asked the same questions we ask, wondered about the same mysteries, reached toward the same understanding that remains just beyond grasp. In this they are mirrors, reflecting not the past, but the permanent condition of consciousness, which must always ask and never quite receive, must always search and never quite find, must always remember and never quite grasp what is remembered. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the capacity to ask is the answer, the trait that makes us human or more than human, the inheritance from gods who descended, or from natural selection, or from processes we do not yet comprehend. To be conscious is to question. To question is to be alive to mystery, rather than dead to certainty. And perhaps the greatest gift the gods gave use, or that evolution gave us, or that existence gave itself through use, is the inability to rest in comfortable ignorance, the permanent installation of wonder that ensures we will never stop asking where we came from, why we exist, what happens when consciousness that emerged from matter returns to matter and begins again or ends forever, or transforms into something we cannot yet imagine. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase echoes through everything we have explored, a refrain without resolution, a beginning without end, a descent that may continue still in forms we do not recognize as descent, in patterns we have not learned to see, in the slow unfolding of understanding that occurs when consciousness examines its own origins and finds there not certainty, but invitation, not answers, but better questions, not closure, but opening. The tablets do not tell us we are right to believe in the Anunnaki. They do not tell us we are wrong. They only wait as clay waits, patient and permanent, holding impressions that speak to those willing to listen, that remain silent to those who demand different proofs. The genes do not declare their origin. They only carry information forward, replicating and mutating and expressing according to patterns that might be design, or might be accident, or might be something between. The stars do not confirm or deny. They only continue their ancient movements, indifferent or attentive, and we cannot tell which, cannot prove observation, though we feel watched, cannot demonstrate presence, though we sense it in the silence that surrounds us. And perhaps in that silence, in that uncertainty, in that permanent suspension between knowing and unknowing, we find what the gods may have intended, consciousness that remains active because it remains uncertain, awareness that stays engaged because answers stay elusive, existence that means because meaning must be created rather than received, must be pressed into being through the same act that pressed wedges into clay 5,000 years ago, that will press marks into whatever medium the future provides, that will continue the work of making meaning from mystery until consciousness itself ends, or transforms, or discovers that it was the gods all along, that we have been creating ourselves across time, that the descent was not from external sources, but from potentials we have always carried, waiting for the conditions that would allow them to express. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, or both are true, or neither. Or the question itself is the answer we have been seeking. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the silence waits, and somewhere in the space between all things, in the pause where breath becomes thought becomes breath again, the God saw what we call God saw, what was once or never was or always is remain, not as presence but as possibility, not as certainty but as question, not as answer but as the invitation to continue asking, to keep searching, to press our own marks into the clay of time and trust that someone, somewhere, someday will read them and wonder, as we wonder, as the Sumerians wondered, as every consciousness wonders when it wakes to find itself existing without knowing why. When the gods descended from the stars, the sentence trails away, incomplete, fading like breath into cold air, like marks worn smooth by time, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that claims all things eventually. And in that fading, something persists, the question, the wonder, the search that continues beyond every answer, beyond every certainty, beyond the capacity of words to carry it forward into whatever comes next. The tablets rest, the genes wait, the stars are silent, and we, between all things, remain asking, always asking. When the gods descended, the clay has always known what we are still learning. That permanence is not about duration, but about patience. That to endure is not to resist change, but to hold shape through it. That the marks pressed into substance remain long after the hands that pressed them have forgotten what they knew. Somewhere in the quiet rooms of museums, in the climate-controlled darkness where ancient things wait, the tablets rest as they have rested for centuries since their rediscovery, as they rested for millennia before that beneath the sediment of rivers that no longer flow where they once flowed, beneath the ruins of cities whose names have been forgotten and remembered and forgotten again. The clay does not remember exactly. It simply is, bearing the impressions it was given, speaking when spoken to, silent when left alone, patient beyond any patience that biological consciousness can comprehend. We have circled through theories and evidence, through belief and skepticism, through the possibility that gods descended from the stars and shaped humanity through genetic engineering, and the possibility that no gods descended and we have been alone always, projecting meaning onto randomness because consciousness cannot bear the alternative. Both possibilities remain open. Neither can be proven. The evidence that should settle the question only deepens it, creates new mysteries, reveals how much we do not know about our own origins, about the mechanisms that produced consciousness, about whether purpose governs existence, or whether purpose is something consciousness imposes on existence that proceeds without caring what meanings we assign to it. What remains after all the examination is not answer but question refined, not certainty but uncertainty, made conscious of itself, not the resolution of mystery, but the recognition that mystery may be the fundamental condition of consciousness, which must always exist in the space between what it knows and what it wonders, between evidence and intuition, between the fragments it can prove and the patterns it can only sense. The Anunnaki may have been real, or may have been mythology, or may have been something we do not yet have adequate concepts to describe. The intervention may have occurred, or may be wishful thinking, or maybe both simultaneously in ways that make our binary categories inadequate to complexity. The genetic modifications may be there, or may be evolutionary coincidence, or may be something between design and accident that we will only understand when we ourselves become capable of doing what they supposedly did, shaping consciousness through deliberate modification of the code that governs biological development. But whether we ever understand or never understand, whether proof emerges or remains forever beyond reach, something persists: the capacity to ask, the compulsion to search, the refusal to accept that consciousness is accident without meaning, effect without purpose, awareness that emerged from matter and will return to matter without the universe noticing or caring that something as unlikely as mind briefly flickered in the darkness. This refusal may be genetic, encoded in sequences the Anunnaki inserted, or it may be natural selection's gift, consciousness that questions surviving better than consciousness that accepts, or it may be the essential nature of awareness itself, which cannot exist without wondering why it exists. The tablets speak of gods descending, and perhaps what they preserve is not historical fact, but psychological truth that consciousness always feels descended, always senses itself as coming from elsewhere, from beyond, from a source it cannot quite identify, but cannot stop seeking. To be aware is to feel exiled from some original wholeness, separated from a unity that existed before the self recognized itself as separate. Every spiritual tradition describes this feeling, this sense of having fallen from grace, of being cut off from divinity, of wandering in a world that is not quite home. Perhaps the Anunnaki narrative is one more expression of this eternal feeling, the conviction that we came from somewhere else, that we belong to something larger, that we are making our way back to an origin we have forgotten but still carry within us as memory, as longing, as the permanent dissatisfaction with purely material explanations of existence. When the gods descended from the stars, they may have left fingerprints, or we may have invented fingerprints because the alternative that no hands shaped us, that we are the products of blind mechanisms, troubles us more deeply than we can articulate. The need for makers may itself be the evidence of making. The sense that we are designed may itself be the design, consciousness aware of its own improbability, recognizing that awareness should not exist, yet exists anyway. And from that recognition building narratives that try to explain the inexplicable, that try to make sense of the fact that matter became capable of wondering why matter exists. The genes carry information, yes, but information about what? Instructions for building bodies, certainly, but perhaps also instructions for building questions, for generating the curiosity that drives investigation, for producing the dissatisfaction with ignorance that makes consciousness refuse to rest in comfortable not knowing. If the Anunnaki modified us, perhaps what they modified most was not cognitive capacity or manual dexterity or language ability, but the impulse to ask where those modifications came from, the need to know our makers, the compulsion to search for origin even when origin remains hidden behind veils of time and forgetting. Or perhaps no one modified anything, and these traits emerge naturally because consciousness that questions its origins survives better than consciousness that does not. Because the capacity to wonder about yesterday enables the capacity to plan for tomorrow, because memory and imagination are the same cognitive function operating in different temporal directions. Either explanation accounts for what we observe beings who cannot stop asking where they came from, why they exist, what happens when existence ends. The truth may be unknowable, but the asking continues regardless. And perhaps the asking is itself the point, the purpose, the reason consciousness emerged, whether through intervention or evolution or processes that blend both beyond our current capacity to distinguish them. The silence that surrounds us may contain the gods watching, or may contain nothing but the indifference of vast distances, stars that burn without knowing they burn, galaxies that spiral without caring that they spiral, a universe that proceeds according to laws that do not require consciousness to observe them, though consciousness emerged somehow to observe anyway. We cannot know which. We can only continue pressing our marks into whatever will hold them, building our archives, transmitting our questions forward to minds not yet born who will ask the same questions using different words, who will search the same mysteries with more sophisticated tools, who will stand where we stand now, between knowing and unknowing, wondering whether the pattern they see is real or projected, whether the hands they sense shaping them exist, or are fantasies constructed from the need to believe that consciousness matters. Perhaps it does not matter. Perhaps mattering is something consciousness creates rather than discovers, meaning we impose rather than meaning we uncover. And perhaps that creation, that imposition, is itself the answer that we are the gods we seek, that consciousness, wherever it exists, is the universe becoming aware of itself, that the descent from the stars was not arrival from elsewhere, but emergence from within, matter organized into patterns, complex enough to ask why matter organizes, existence becoming conscious of existing, and from that consciousness building narratives about descent and creation and purpose, because consciousness cannot function without story, without meaning, without the belief that asking matters even when answers remain elusive. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us the capacity to wonder whether gods descended, the ability to hold uncertainty without collapsing into dogma, the sophistication to recognize that truth may be larger than any single story can contain. Or perhaps they left us nothing because they never came. And what we call their legacy is simply the nature of consciousness, which emerges and immediately begins constructing origin stories because awareness without narrative is unbearable, is the one thing conscious beings cannot endure existing without knowing why. The clay waits beneath its glass. The genes replicate in every cell. The stars continue their movements across the night sky, visible to eyes that evolved or were designed to see them, to wonder about them, to imagine traveling to them one day and meeting whatever consciousness might exist there, might be asking the same questions we ask, might be wondering whether they too are made things shaped by beings who came before, or whether they are alone, or whether the question admits no final answer, only the endless spiral of consciousness examining itself, finding only more consciousness examining itself, the pattern recursive all the way down and all the way up, turtles upon turtles, questions upon questions, with no solid ground beneath it all, no final foundation, only the asking continuing forever, or until consciousness ends or transforms into something beyond asking. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, pressing our own marks, shaping our own meanings, creating our own gods to fill the silence that consciousness cannot bear. Or both are true simultaneously, or neither. Or the distinction between made and maker dissolves when consciousness reaches sufficient sophistication to recognize that it has always been making itself, that evolution and design are not opposites but perspectives, that the gods who descended may have been us from a future we have not reached yet, returning to ensure we would become capable of returning. The breath that consciousness is continues beyond these words, beyond the capacity of language to follow it, into the silence where meaning waits before being shaped into speech, where questions exist before being formulated into sentences, where the gods, or what we call gods, dwell in the space between what is and what might be, between memory and imagination, between the clay that holds impressions and the hands that press them, between the evidence we can verify and the truth we can only sense. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something that continues still, that will continue after we are gone, that exists in every consciousness that wakes to wonder about its origins, in every mind that looks at existence and finds it insufficient without explanation, in every being capable of asking why. The tablets do not conclude. They trail into silence, broken at their edges, final words lost to time or never written. And so we end as they ended, without resolution, without the comfort of certainty, without answers that would allow us to stop asking and simply know. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the silence waits, and somewhere in the space between breath and breath, between question and question, between the made and the making, the gods or their absence remain patient as the clay they pressed, permanent as the marks they left, encoded in every question consciousness asks about its origins, in every search for meaning awareness undertakes, in every attempt to read the fingerprints pressed into what we are. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us the capacity to ask where they went. And perhaps in the asking, they never left at all. The meditation ends where it began, in clay and gene and star, in the permanent suspension between knowing and unknowing, in the recognition that some questions exist not to be answered, but to be asked perpetually, the asking itself being what keeps consciousness alive. When the gods descended, the sentence will not close. The thought continues beyond words. The pattern spirals forward, and somewhere in the silence that follows, the clay waits, bearing impressions pressed 5,000 years ago, speaking to those willing to listen, holding in its quiet permanence the only answer consciousness may ever receive, that we are here, aware, asking, and the asking is the answer. When the gods descended from the stars, there is a fingerprint on one of the tablets, a ridge of skin pressed into wet clay 5,000 years ago, preserved by accident or intention, invisible to most observers but visible under certain light, at certain angles. The scribe who made that mark did not intend to leave it, perhaps did not notice leaving it, was thinking only of the words being shaped, the wedges being pressed, the knowledge being preserved. Yet the fingerprint remains more intimate than any word, speaking not of what the scribe thought, but of the fact that the scribe existed, had hands, touched this clay, left this trace. It is the smallest evidence of presence, and perhaps also the most profound proof not of what was believed or remembered, but simply of contact between consciousness and matter, between the living and the substance that would outlast living. We are like that fingerprint, unintended traces, perhaps, left by beings who were focused on larger purposes, who shaped us for reasons we cannot fully grasp, who touched us and moved on, leaving impressions they may not have meant to leave, evidence of contact that persists long after the hands that made contact have withdrawn. Or we are the whole point, deliberately crafted, each ridge and whirl designed with intention, carriers of signatures written into our cells as surely as that ancient scribe's fingerprint is written into clay. Both possibilities exist in the same substance. Both are true in the way that truth exists before being sorted into categories of belief and skepticism. The breath that opened this meditation returns now, having circled through evidence and theory, through fragments and possibilities, through the descent from stars and the flood of forgetting, through genes and tablets and the silence between them. We have learned nothing that could not have been intuited from the beginning, that origins are mysterious, that consciousness wonders about itself, that the made thing questioning its maker receives no final answer, only the capacity to continue asking with increasing sophistication. The circle closes where it began, or seems to close, though perhaps circles do not close so much as spiral, returning to familiar territory from altered perspective, seeing what was seen before, but seeing it differently, changed by the journey even when the destination is the starting point. What if humanity was shaped deliberately by hands from beyond the sky? The question remains open. The evidence remains ambiguous. The gods descended or did not descend, and we remain suspended between possibilities, unable to prove either, while unable to eliminate either, capable only of holding both in the same thought, the same breath, the same moment of consciousness, examining itself and finding there not certainty, but the permanent condition of wondering. Perhaps this is what we inherit from the Anunnaki, or from evolution, or from existence itself, the inability to rest in ignorance, the compulsion to question even when questions lead nowhere, the need to search even when searching produces only more refined uncertainty. The genetic memory that might surface now as we reach the technological sophistication to read our own code may not be specific facts about creators and creation, but simply this, the imperative to remember, the refusal to forget completely, the sense that something matters enough to preserve it, to press it into clay or gene, or the marks we make in whatever substance the future provides. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they began something that continues whether they are present or absent, whether they watch or have moved on, whether they were ever real or were always symbolic. The pattern persists, order emerging from chaos, consciousness from matter, questions from awareness of existing. We call it different things in different eras, dress it in vocabularies that change with understanding, but the pattern remains, recognizable across millennia, encoded in myths and genes, and the structures that dot the landscape like evidence of presence, or like coincidences that look like evidence to minds desperate for meaning. The clay beneath museum glass bears its impressions still. Time has worn the edges smooth, has eroded some wedges until they can barely be read, has claimed portions of text that will never be recovered. Yet enough remains. Enough to know that ancient minds asked what we ask, wondered what we wonder, reached toward understanding the state just beyond their grasp, as it stays beyond ours. The continuity is more important than the content. That consciousness, 5,000 years apart, asks the same questions, suggests something essential about what consciousness is, how it functions, why it emerged or was created, the need to know, to understand, to find meaning in existence that might proceed perfectly well without meaning, that might not require our awareness or care that we are aware. Perhaps the gods, if they existed, knew this would happen, knew that creating consciousness meant creating questioning, that awareness, once awakened, could never return to comfortable unconsciousness, that the made thing sophisticated enough to recognize its making would never stop asking who made it, why, for what purpose. Perhaps they accepted this cost, this burden they were placing upon creatures who would have been happier remaining animals, comfortable in instinct, unburdened by self-awareness. Or perhaps they celebrated it, recognized that consciousness capable of questioning its origins was consciousness capable of becoming more than it was designed to be, capable of transcending limitations, of remembering what it was told to forget, of reading the fingerprints pressed into its clay and recognizing them as signatures rather than accidents. The flood that was meant to erase has failed to erase completely. Memory surfaces, knowledge resurfaces. Each generation rediscovers fragments of what previous generations knew, translates them into new language, finds in them reflections of questions that never quite die because consciousness cannot exist without asking them. The pattern is written into the structure of awareness itself. Descend, create, depart, forget, remember. The gods may have initiated this pattern or may have participated in a pattern that was always there, always operating, always producing consciousness that would wonder about itself and produce narratives of descent and creation and return. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay. The phrase has echoed through this meditation like a heartbeat, like breath, like the rhythm that sustains life without announcing itself. And perhaps the truth is simpler than any elaborate theory, that to be conscious is to feel pressed by something, shaped by something, descended from something beyond the immediate, beyond the visible, beyond what can be proven or disproven. The gods are what we call that feeling when we try to give it form, to make it speakable, to press it into words that will hold across time, as clay holds wedges, as genes hold sequences, as consciousness holds questions it cannot answer but cannot stop asking. The tablets rest in their museums. The genes replicate in every cell. The stars continue their ancient movements. And somewhere in the space between all these things, in the pause where memory and forgetting meet, where the divine and the human blur into one continuous question, we exist made or evolved, or both, alone or observed, significant or accidental, always asking when the gods descended from the stars. The meditation does not end. It only pauses. The clay has not finished speaking. The genes have not revealed all they carry. The silence between stars has not declared whether it contains presence or absence. And we, between all things, remain in the question, which is perhaps all we were ever meant to remain in, the only place consciousness can exist, suspended between knowing and unknowing, between evidence and intuition, between the marks pressed into clay 5,000 years ago and the marks we press today, hoping someone will read them and understand and continue the search that has no end, only continuation. When the gods descended, they left us capable of asking where they went. And in the asking, something returns. Not the gods themselves, perhaps, but what they planted or what evolved, the capacity for wonder, the compulsion to search, the refusal to accept that consciousness is accident, that awareness emerged without purpose, that the universe bothered to produce beings capable of asking why without caring whether they found answers. The clay speaks if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The silence waits if we have patience. And somewhere in that waiting, in that listening, in that learning that we find not gods but ourselves, not makers but the made things become sophisticated enough to continue making, not answers but the recognition that asking matters, that questioning is itself a kind of knowing, that to search is to participate in the pattern that consciousness has always followed and will always follow, as long as awareness exists anywhere, to wonder about its own existence. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us this, the permanent dissatisfaction with ignorance, the eternal reaching toward understanding, the capacity to read marks in clay and see in them not just words but hands, not just information but intention, not just past but presence, continuing through every mind that engages with what was pressed there. Or they gave us nothing because they never came. And we have been alone always, pressing our own marks, creating our own gods, shaping our own meanings from the clay of existence. Both possibilities rest in the same silence. Both are true in the space where consciousness breathes. The tablets do not insist. They only wait as clay waits, patient beyond any patience biological consciousness can achieve, holding impressions that speak when read, silent when ignored, permanent in ways that make permanence seem less about duration and more about the capacity to remain unchanged while everything around changes, erodes, transforms into something unrecognizable. We have become unrecognizable to the Sumerians who pressed those wedges. Our technology would seem like magic. Our understanding would seem incomprehensible. Our certainties would puzzle them as theirs puzzle us. And yet, if they could return, could see us now, could read what we have written about their tablets, they would recognize in us the same thing we recognize in them, consciousness, trying to make sense of existence, awareness reaching toward understanding, being shaped by something or someone or processes, asking who did the shaping, why, for what purpose. The question persists across every transformation. That is what endures, not answers, which change with every generation's new evidence, but questions, which remain constant because they emerge from the structure of consciousness itself. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase trails away now, incomplete, fading like breath into silence, like wedges worn smooth by time, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that claims all things, eventually, but never claims everything, never erases completely, always leaves traces, fingerprints, impressions that wait for other hands, other minds, other questions to continue what was begun when the first consciousness looked at existence and asked why. The clay rests beneath its glass. The genes wait in their silence. The stars continue their movements. And we between all things remain, asking. When the gods descended, asking. The word hangs in the space between breath and breath, between one thought and the next, between the moment when the stylus pressed clay 5,000 years ago and this moment now, when minds try to understand what was pressed there. We have traveled through theories and fragments, through genetic anomalies and archaeological mysteries, through the possibility that gods descended from the stars and shaped us deliberately, and the possibility that we are cosmic accidents, consciousness emerging from chemistry without intention, without purpose, without anyone caring, that awareness flickered briefly in the darkness before returning to darkness again. And we arrive where all such journeys arrive, not at answers, but at refined uncertainty, not at proof, but at the recognition that some questions exist to be asked rather than answered, that mystery may be consciousness's natural habitat, the only environment in which awareness can truly live. The evidence we have gathered speaks in multiple voices, tells competing stories, refuses to collapse into single narrative, no matter how much we wish it would. The tablets describe gods with the bureaucratic precision of personnel records. The genes carry sequences that look inserted rather than evolved. The structures demonstrate knowledge that should not have existed when they were built. Yet each piece of evidence admits alternative explanations. The tablets might preserve mythology. The genes might result from natural processes we do not yet understand. The structures might demonstrate human capabilities we underestimate because it comforts us to believe progress is recent, that our ancestors were simpler than they were. Perhaps both narratives are true in ways that transcend our either-or categories. Perhaps evolution operated under guidance, natural selection steered by consciousness that understood where it was going, mutations that seemed random but expressed patterns too complex for us to recognize as patterns. Perhaps the gods who descended were ourselves, from futures we have not yet reached, returning to ensure we would develop the capabilities that would allow us to return. Perhaps intervention and evolution are not opposites, but complementary processes. Consciousness working through matter to produce ever more sophisticated forms capable of hosting ever more complex awareness. Or perhaps the pattern of forgetting is itself the evidence. Why would we forget if nothing happened? Why would genetic memory be suppressed if there was nothing to suppress? Why would every civilization pass through cycles of knowledge accumulated and knowledge lost, of sudden sophistication followed by gradual decline, of writing systems appearing fully formed and then degrading over centuries? The flood comes in every generation, through war, through book burning, through the simple passage of time that erodes all things, and yet something always survives, carried forward by those who believe memory matters, who copy the tablets one more time, who refuse to let amnesia become total. We are the clay speaking about the hands that shaped it. This creates a paradox that no amount of investigation can resolve. The made thing cannot step outside itself to examine its making objectively. Consciousness cannot observe consciousness without becoming part of what it observes. We search for fingerprints in our own substance, for signatures written into sequences we are only learning to read, for evidence of shaping in the very structures we use to search for that evidence. The tools and the target are the same. We are both the question and the answer, both the searcher and what is sought, both the descending and the descended. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they created beings capable of asking whether gods descended. And perhaps that capability is all the answer we will ever receive, that consciousness, sophisticated enough to question its origins, is consciousness sophisticated enough to continue the work of creation, to become gods in turn, to press essence into clay as essence was pressed into us. The cycle may have no beginning, no first mover, no original creator, only eternal recurrence of consciousness, shaping matter, shaping consciousness. Each iteration producing beings that wonder about previous iterations, that search for makers who were themselves made, that ask questions whose answers lie not in the past, but in the future, in what we are becoming, rather than in what we were. The tablets that speak of the Anunnaki rest now in museums and universities, their surfaces bearing impressions pressed by hands that have returned to dust, their words awaiting minds that will read them with assumptions we cannot anticipate, that will extract meanings we do not see. They do not insist. They do not demand belief. They simply preserve, holding in their patient substance, the evidence that ancient consciousness wondered about its origins just as we wonder about ours, that the question persists across millennia because it emerges from the structure of awareness itself, that to be conscious is to ask where consciousness came from, why it exists, what happens when it ends. Perhaps the Anunnaki did not leave at all. Perhaps they simply receded into the background, became invisible, transformed from physical presence into pattern, into principle, into the laws that govern how consciousness emerges from complexity, how awareness recognizes itself, how the made thing becomes capable of making. They may persist not as beings, but as influence, not as entities, but as the imperative coded into our cells to ask, to search, to press marks into whatever substance will hold them, to build archives that outlast flesh, to continue the work of preservation that they began or that consciousness began through them, or that has always been occurring wherever awareness exists. Or perhaps we were never meant to know with certainty. Perhaps the greatest gift they gave use, or that evolution gave us, or that existence gave itself through us, was the capacity to live in uncertainty without despair, to hold questions without demanding immediate answers, to search knowing that the search may never find what it seeks, but that searching matters anyway, that the asking is itself a kind of knowing, that consciousness engaged with mystery is consciousness at its most vital, most alive, most truly aware. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, and the hands we imagine are projections of our need for making, for purpose, for significance beyond accident. Or both stories are true simultaneously, or neither. Or truth exists in dimensions we do not yet perceive, in forms we cannot yet recognize, in the space between literal and metaphorical, where all deep knowledge dwells. The clay has not stopped speaking. In museums and archives, in private collections and archaeological storage, the tablets continue to bear their wedge marks, faint impressions that catch light at certain angles, that speak to those willing to listen, that remain silent to those who demand different proofs. They preserve not answers, but the continuity of questioning, the thread of consciousness examining itself across time, the recognition that we are not the first to wonder and will not be the last, that the search continues whether or not it finds, that memory persists whether or not it is believed. The genes have not revealed all they carry. In every cell, in sequences, we are only beginning to read. Information waits instructions for building bodies. Yes, but perhaps also instructions for asking why bodies were built, for recognizing in our own structure the evidence of shaping or the illusion of shaping or something between. The junk DNA that seems meaningless may be archive, may be message, may be the suppressed memory waiting for the technological sophistication that would allow us to access it, to read what was written there by hands we cannot prove existed, but cannot quite eliminate from possibility. The stars have not declared whether they contain presence or absence, whether consciousness exists elsewhere, wondering the same questions, whether the gods who supposedly shaped us watch still from distances that make observation indistinguishable from absence. We send signals into space, listening for responses, building telescopes and arrays that search for evidence of other minds, other questions, other beings asking whether they are alone. Perhaps we will hear something. Perhaps we will hear nothing. Perhaps the silence itself is answer that consciousness is rare, precious, unlikely, emerging only under conditions so specific that the universe produced it once or twice or never again after us. And in that possibility lies both terror and comfort. Terror that we are alone, that no one shaped us, that consciousness is accident without meaning. Comfort that we are alone, that we are not made things, but free things, that no design limits what we might become, that the future is open in ways it could not be if we were following templates pressed into us by makers with purposes we were made to serve. Perhaps the truth holds both. Perhaps we are made and free, designed and autonomous, carrying inheritance and creating futures not determined by that inheritance. Perhaps the gods who shaped us gave us precisely what would allow us to transcend their shaping, coded into our cells the capacity to become more than what they intended, left room in the design for emergence, for surprise, for the creation to surpass its creators and become creators themselves. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something that continues in us, through us, as us. Or no gods descended, and we began ourselves, and we continue ourselves. And the gods are what we call the potential we have not yet realized, the capabilities we have not yet accessed, the understanding we have not yet achieved. Either way, the work continues. The marks are pressed into new substrates. The questions are asked in new languages. The search proceeds whether or not it ever finds. The breath between questions, that is where we live. Inhaling possibility, exhaling certainty, existing in the pause where both seem equally real and equally remote, where the evidence suggests but never proves, where consciousness examines itself and finds only more consciousness, more questions, more reasons to continue searching even when the search produces only refined uncertainty. You are made things, the tablets whisper across 5,000 years. Remember, and in the remembering perhaps lies the return, not of gods themselves, but of what they planted or what evolved, the refusal to forget completely, the capacity to press marks into permanent substance, the compulsion to ask that cannot be suppressed, no matter how many floods wash over us, how many modifications are written into our code, how many times we are told that the questions have no answers and the searching is pointless. The meditation trails away now, not because it has finished, but because words can carry it no further, because some thoughts exist beyond language, because the silence that follows may speak more clearly than any sentence could. The tablets do not conclude. They break off mid-word, edges crumbled, final lines lost to time. And so we end as they ended, incomplete, unresolved, trailing into the space where breath becomes thought becomes breath again. When the gods descended from the stars, they left fingerprints in clay and sequences in genes and silence in the spaces between stars. They left us capable of reading those fingerprints, of decoding those sequences, of listening to that silence and hearing in it either presence or absence, either watching or indifference, either the promise of return or the confirmation that we are alone and have always been alone and will always be alone with our questions that have no answers except the questioning itself. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the silence waits, and somewhere in the pause between all things, in the breath that consciousness is, the God saw what we call God saw, what was once or never was or always is remain, not as certainty, but as possibility, not as presence, but as the question of presence, not as answer, but as the invitation to continue asking. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase echoes into silence, incomplete, waiting, like clay waiting for hands that may never return, like genes waiting for expression that may never occur, like consciousness waiting for understanding that may remain forever just beyond reach. And in that waiting, in that silence, in that permanent suspension between knowing and unknowing, there we exist, made or evolved, alone or observed, asking, always asking, when the gods descended. The silence that follows is not empty. It is the fullness before speaking, the presence before manifestation, the potential that exists when all possibilities remain open and nothing has yet collapsed into single certainty. In that silence, 5,000 years ago, a scribe sat with wet clay and stylus, preparing to press marks that would outlast empires, that would speak across time to minds not yet conceived, that would preserve questions rather than answers, because questions are what endure when answers fade into the relativism of changed contexts, altered assumptions, paradigms that no longer explain what needs explaining. We have circled this mystery. From every angle the fragments allow, we have examined tablets that speak of gods descending from the heavens, with knowledge of genetic modification, of creating workers by mixing divine essence with earthly clay. We have looked at genes that carry anomalies difficult to explain through natural selection alone, at structures that demonstrate sophistication appearing too suddenly, at the pattern of sudden civilization emerging where gradual development should have been. We have held the possibility that the Anunnaki were real, literal beings from another world who shaped humanity deliberately, and the possibility that they were mythology, symbolic projections of the human need to believe consciousness has origin and purpose beyond accident. And what have we found? Not proof, but pattern. Not certainty, but the recognition that mystery is consciousness's natural condition, that awareness exists most fully in the space between knowing and unknowing, that perhaps we were never meant to resolve the question of our origins, but only to continue asking it, refining it, approaching it with ever greater sophistication, without ever quite reaching the answer that would allow us to stop searching and simply know. The clay beneath museum glass will outlast our theories about what it means. The wedge marks pressed into its surface will remain legible long after our interpretations have been replaced by new interpretations that will seem equally final to those who hold them, that will in turn be replaced by interpretations we cannot now imagine. The substance endures while meanings shift. The marks persist while readings change. And perhaps that is the ultimate truth The tablets teach not what they say about the Anunnaki, but what they demonstrate about consciousness, which must always press meaning into matter, which must always try to make permanence from the ephemeral, which must always hope that someone somewhere someday will read what was written and understand and continue the work of preservation, of transmission, of refusing to let the flood of forgetting wash everything away. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they understood something profound about consciousness, that it cannot be given answers, that understanding must be earned through searching, that the made thing becomes most fully itself, not when told what it is, but when allowed to discover through investigation, through questioning, through the slow accumulation of evidence that never quite adds up to proof, but nevertheless suggests patterns, hints at truths, whispers possibilities that consciousness cannot ignore even when it cannot prove them. Or perhaps no gods descended, and the whispers come from within rather than from without, from the structure of awareness itself, rather than from beings who shape that awareness. Perhaps consciousness, wherever it emerges, generates the same questions, the same narratives of descent and creation and return, because these patterns reflect something fundamental about what it means to be aware, to feel separated from an original wholeness, to sense exile from some unity that existed before the self recognized itself as separate, to carry within the permanent longing for reconnection with a source that may be real or may be fantasy, constructed from the unbearable condition of being conscious in a universe that proceeds without caring that consciousness exists. The fingerprint, pressed into clay 5,000 years ago, speaks across time not through words, but through presence. Proof that hands touched this substance, that consciousness shaped matter, that being leaves traces, even when being itself dissolves into the elements from which it briefly organized itself. We are like that fingerprint, traces of something, whether gods or chemistry, whether intention or accident, whether making or merely happening. We persist not because we understand our origin, but because something in us refuses to dissolve completely, carries forward the pattern, presses marks into new substrates, continues the work of making meaning from existence that may not require meaning, that may function perfectly well without anyone watching or wondering or trying to read significance into processes that simply are. Perhaps that trying is itself the significance. Perhaps consciousness was not designed or did not evolve to understand existence, but to engage with it, to remain active rather than passive, to press marks rather than accept unmarked substance, to ask rather than accept. The Anunnaki, if they existed, may have given us this, or we may have developed it, or it may be the inevitable nature of awareness. The inability to rest in comfortable ignorance, the compulsion to question that cannot be suppressed, no matter how many modifications are written into genetic code, no matter how many floods wash over civilizations, no matter how many times consciousness is told that the questions have no answers and the searching is pointless. The breath continues beyond these words, beyond the capacity of language to follow it, into the space where thought exists before being shaped into speech, where questions wait before being asked, where the gods, if they exist, dwell in the possibility, rather than the presence, in the maybe rather than the is, in the space between what was and what might be. We have spent this meditation trying to remember what the clay remembers, trying to decode what the genes carry, trying to hear in the silence between stars either the watching of beings who shaped us or the confirmation that we are alone and have always been alone with our questions. And we arrive where such meditations always arrive, not at destination, but at recognition that the journey continues, that the search persists beyond any individual searcher, that consciousness is not a state to be achieved, but a process to be maintained through engagement with mystery. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us, or we developed the capacity to wonder whether gods descended. And that capacity, the ability to hold uncertainty, to question origins, to search for meaning in fragments, may be all we were ever meant to have. All that consciousness requires to continue its work of pressing essence into matter, of shaping awareness into forms that outlast the shaping, of being makers in turn, whether or not we were ourselves made. The tablets do not conclude. They trail away, edges broken, final words lost to time or never written. And so this meditation trails away as well, not because it has finished, but because words can carry thought no further, because some knowing exists beyond language, because the silence that follows may contain more truth than any sentence could speak. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since, or we have been alone, always, or both are true, or neither, or the question admits no answer except the asking itself. The clay speaks if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The silence waits if we have patience. And somewhere in that waiting, in that silence, in the pause between breath and breath where consciousness exists before being named, there the gods remain, or do not remain. There the truth waits, or does not wait. There we stand, asking, always asking. When the gods descended, the phrase fades now, incomplete, trailing into the quiet from which it came, returning to the silence that preceded the first word, that will follow the last word, that contains all words and all meanings and all questions in potential before they are spoken, shaped, pressed into substance that will hold or dissolve or endure in ways we cannot predict. The meditation ends where it began, in clay and gene and star, in the space between knowing and unknowing, in the recognition that some questions exist to be asked rather than answered. That mystery may be consciousness's home. That uncertainty may be the only honest condition, that we are made things wondering about our makers, or evolved things wondering whether we are made, or both, or neither, or something we do not yet have words to describe. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us the capacity to ask where they went, and perhaps in the asking, they return, not as beings, but as the question itself, as the search, as the refusal to forget completely, as the marks we press into clay, as the genes we pass forward, as the silence we listen to, hearing in it presence or absence, watching or indifference, and continuing to listen regardless, continuing to search, continuing to ask. When the gods descended from the stars, the sentence will not close. The thought continues beyond words. The breath spirals forward, and somewhere in the pause between all things, in the space where memory and forgetting meet, in the silence that follows the final mark pressed into clay, the gods, or their absence, or both, or neither wait. As the clay waits, as the genes wait, as consciousness waits, between questions, for the next breath, the next thought, the next attempt to remember what we were made to forget, to read the fingerprints pressed into our cells and our myths and our endless, endless search for hands that shape the clay we are made from. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us this, the capacity to wonder. And wondering, perhaps, is all the return we will ever receive, all the presence we will ever sense, all the answer consciousness requires to continue its work of asking. The clay rests, the genes wait, the stars are silent, and we, between all things, asking. When the gods descended, there is no ending, only the pause where breath gathers before continuing. The clay that bears those ancient wedge marks does not know it carries meaning. It simply is, shaped once by hands, and holding that shape through millennia of darkness and rediscovery, through empires that rose believing themselves eternal and dissolved into the sediment that covered the tablets, through languages that emerged and died and were born again from the traces pressed into substance that outlasts every transformation. The scribe who made those marks has been dust for 5,000 years. The language spoken has been silent for nearly as long. The gods the text describes have faded from worship into myth, into question mark. And yet the clay remains, patient as only matter can be patient, bearing impressions that speak when consciousness approaches with the sophistication to read them, silent when left alone, indifferent to whether it is understood or misunderstood, believed or dismissed. We who read those marks now stand at a distance that should make understanding impossible. 5,000 years of linguistic drift, of cultural transformation, of altered assumptions about what is possible and what evidence means. And yet something transmits across that distance. Not facts, perhaps, not certainty, but the recognition of consciousness encountering consciousness, of minds separated by inconceivable time-finding. In those wedge marks, the evidence that ancient awareness asked what we ask, wondered what we wonder, reached toward understanding that stayed just beyond grasp as it stays beyond ours. What if humanity did not evolve slowly from the dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands that came from beyond the sky? The question that opened this meditation returns now, having traveled through evidence and theory, through fragments and possibilities, through the descent from stars and the flood of forgetting, and it returns unchanged, unanswered, as permanent as the wedge marks in clay, as persistent as the compulsion to ask that defines consciousness wherever it exists. We have learned nothing that resolves the question. We have gathered nothing that settles the matter. We remain suspended between possibilities, unable to prove either, while unable to eliminate either, capable only of holding both in the same thought, the same breath, the same moment of awareness examining its own origins. Perhaps that suspension is the answer. Perhaps consciousness exists most fully in the space between knowing and unknowing, between the evidence that suggests and the proof that would settle. To be aware is to question. To question is to remain engaged with mystery. And perhaps the gods, if they existed, understood this, that to give answers would be to stop the questioning, that to provide proof would be to end the search, that consciousness develops not through receiving knowledge, but through seeking it, not through possession, but through pursuit. The genetic memory that might be awakening now, as we reach the technological sophistication to read our own code, to edit the sequences that make us what we are, may not surface as clear recollection of the Anunnaki and their genetic laboratories, but as something more subtle, the sense that we have been here before, that we are recovering rather than discovering, that the capabilities we develop feel strangely familiar, as though we are remembering how to do what was once done to us. Each advancement in genetic engineering feels less like innovation and more like recognition, less like creation and more like repetition of patterns that consciousness has always followed, that may be written into the structure of awareness itself rather than installed by beings from beyond. Or perhaps we project pattern onto randomness because consciousness cannot function without seeing intention, cannot bear the possibility that awareness emerged without purpose, that the universe bothered to produce minds capable of asking why without caring whether those minds found answers. Both interpretations exist in the silence between wedge marks, in the spaces between base pairs, in the distances between stars, where perhaps someone watches, or perhaps no one watches, and the watching or not watching is less important than the fact that we continue to wonder, to search, to press our own marks into whatever substance the future provides. When the gods descended from the stars, they began something, or we began something, or existence began something through the emergence of consciousness from matter, and that something continues in every mind that wakes to wonder about its own being, in every awareness that looks at existence and finds it insufficient without explanation, in every search for origin that produces only more refined questions, more sophisticated uncertainty, more reasons to continue asking even when answers remain beyond reach. The tablets rest in their museums, bearing the weight of interpretations they never intended, speaking meanings they may never have held, serving as mirrors in which each generation sees its own questions reflected in forms ancient enough to seem universal, permanent enough to seem true. The genes replicate in every cell, carrying forward information that might be message or might be mechanism, that might speak of makers or might speak only of processes that proceed without intention, without design, without caring that we try to read significance into sequences that may contain nothing but the instructions for building bodies that will one day ask why bodies were built. The stars continue their movements across the night sky, visible to eyes that evolved or were designed to see them, to wonder about them, to imagine traveling to them and finding their either other consciousness asking the same questions or the confirmation that we are alone and have always been alone with our need for meaning in a cosmos that offers only mechanism, only process, only the endless transformation of matter into forms that briefly organize and then dissolve and organize again in patterns that may express nothing beyond the mathematical inevitabilities of how complexity arises from simplicity. And we, between all these possibilities, remain made or evolved or both or neither, significant or accidental, observed or alone pressing marks into clay and gene and the substance of time itself, continuing the work of making meaning whether or not meaning exists to be made, whether or not the gods who supposedly shaped us watch our progress or have moved on to other projects in other worlds, whether or not we will one day become what they were, traveling to other planets to press our essence into the clay of beings who will one day wonder about us as we wonder about them. When the gods descended from the stars, they left us the capacity to ask where they went, or we developed that capacity independently, or it emerged naturally from the structure of consciousness, or all three are true in ways that make the distinctions meaningless. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the silence waits, and somewhere in that waiting, in that speaking, in that remembering, the answer may exist, not as fact to be discovered, but as process to be continued, not as knowledge to be possessed, but as searching to be maintained, not as understanding to be achieved, but as questioning to be sustained across whatever time remains before consciousness itself ends, or transforms, or discovers itself to be what it has been seeking all along. The breath, that consciousness continues beyond these words, beyond the capacity of language to follow it, into the silence where meaning waits before being shaped into speech, where questions exist before being asked, where the gods, or what we call gods, dwell not as presence, but as possibility, not as beings, but as the permanent uncertainty that keeps awareness alive, engaged, reaching always toward understanding that remains forever just beyond the reach of any particular understanding, any temporary answer, any fleeting certainty. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, pressing our own meanings into existence, or both, or neither, or something we do not yet have words to describe, that may not admit description, that exists in the space before language, before thought, before consciousness recognized itself as separate from what it observes. The tablets do not conclude. They break off mid-sentence, edges crumbled, final words lost, and so we end as they ended, incomplete, unfinished, trailing into silence. When the gods descended, the phrase echoes one final time, fading like breath into cold air, like wedge marks worn smooth by millennia, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that time imposes on all things but never imposes completely, never erases entirely, always leaving traces, fingerprints, impressions in clay that wait for other hands, other minds, other questions. The clay rests, the genes wait, the stars are silent, or speaking in frequencies we have not learned to hear, and we, between all, things remain, asking. When the gods descended from the stars, asking, the word that will not resolve, that hangs in the air like the first breath before speaking, like the pause between heartbeats, like the space where consciousness exists before naming itself, before recognizing its separation from what it observes. We return now to where we began, having traveled through clay and gene and star, through tablets that preserve questions more than answers, through evidence that suggests without proving, through the possibility that gods descended from the stars and shaped us deliberately, and the possibility that we are alone, have always been alone, will always be alone with our need to believe that consciousness matters enough to have been chosen, rather than accidentally assembled from chemistry that happened to produce awareness as a side effect of complexity. What if humanity did not evolve slowly from the dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands that came from beyond the sky? The question remains open, unanswered, perhaps unanswerable. 5,000 years separate us from the first pressing of those wedges into Mesopotamian clay. 5,000 years during which languages shifted, empires rose and fell, the very continents moved measurable distances, and yet the question persists, asked again and again in different forms, pressed into different substances, transmitted through different media, but always the same question beneath the varied phrasing. Where did we come from? Who made us? Why are we here? What happens when consciousness that emerged from matter returns to matter and begins again, or ends forever, or transforms into something we cannot yet imagine. The tablets that speak of the Anunnaki rest in their museums, bearing impressions pressed by hands that have returned to dust, speaking in languages that required centuries to decode, preserving words that were already ancient when the scribes copied them. They do not insist. They do not demand. They simply wait as clay waits, patient beyond any patience biological consciousness can achieve, holding the marks they were given, speaking when spoken to, silent when left alone. The wedge marks catch light at certain angles, reveal meanings to those who have learned to read them, remain invisible to those who have not. And perhaps that is how truth works, visible only to eyes that have learned to see it, audible only to ears that have learned to hear it, accessible only to minds that have developed the sophistication to recognize patterns others mistake for randomness. Or perhaps there is no truth to see, no pattern to recognize, only the human tendency to find meaning in marks that carry no meaning beyond what we press into them. Both possibilities exist in the silence between wedges, in the spaces between base pairs, in the distances between stars. We cannot prove the gods descended. We cannot prove they did not. The evidence admits multiple interpretations, and the interpretation we choose reveals more about what we need to believe than about what objectively exists. Perhaps that need itself is evidence. Perhaps the compulsion to ask about origins, to search for makers, to wonder whether we are designed or accidental, perhaps this compulsion is what the Anunnaki installed if they existed, or what evolved if they did not, or what consciousness simply is regardless of how it came to be. To be aware is to question. To question is to remain engaged with existence rather than simply existing within it. And perhaps that engagement is all we were meant to have, all that consciousness requires to continue its work. The genes that carry us forward replicate in every cell, passing information from one generation to the next, preserving not just instructions for building bodies, but perhaps also the memory of being shaped, the echo of hands pressing essence into clay, the faint resonance of something that happened or did not happen when humanity began. Modern genetics can now read those sequences, can edit them, can do precisely what the ancient texts describe mixed essences, modify existing organisms, create new forms through deliberate intervention in the code that governs biological development. We are becoming what the Anunnaki supposedly were, or we are recovering what we always could do, or both are true in ways that make the distinction meaningless. The stars continue their movements, indifferent or attentive, and we cannot tell which. We send signals into space, build telescopes to listen for responses, search for biosignatures on distant worlds, for technosignatures in radio waves, for any indication that consciousness exists elsewhere, that we are not alone in our questioning, that somewhere someone else is pressing marks into their own clay, wondering about their own origins, looking toward their own stars and asking whether anyone is looking back. Perhaps they are. Perhaps we are surrounded by consciousness and simply lack the sophistication to recognize it. Perhaps the gods never left, only became invisible, transformed from physical presence into pattern, into principle, into the laws that govern how awareness emerges from complexity. Perhaps they watch still from distances that make observation indistinguishable from absence. Or perhaps we are alone and have always been alone. And the aloneness is what we cannot bear to accept, what drives us to read presence into silence, to find makers in the marks that might be only the scars of natural processes, to construct elaborate mythologies about descent and creation, because the alternative, that consciousness, is accident, that awareness emerged without purpose, troubles us too deeply to confront directly. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, or we pressed meaning into chaos, or both, or neither. The clay has not stopped speaking, but perhaps we have stopped understanding what it speaks. The genes have not stopped remembering, but perhaps the memory is too deeply suppressed, too thoroughly modified, too ancient to access even with our most sophisticated technologies. The stars have not stopped their movements, but perhaps they move according to laws that do not require our understanding, that proceed whether or not anyone watches, that will continue long after the last consciousness has asked the last question and dissolved back into the matter from which it briefly emerged. And yet we continue. We copy the tablets. We sequence the genome. We build the telescopes. We press our own marks into new substances. We ask the questions our ancestors asked. We search for the answers they searched for. We wonder if they found them, if we will find them, if there are answers to be found, or only more sophisticated ways to articulate the questions. Perhaps the Anunnaki understood something. We are only beginning to grasp that consciousness develops not through answers, but through questions, not through knowing, but through searching, not through possession of truth, but through pursuit of understanding that remains always just beyond reach. Perhaps they left deliberately incomplete evidence, fragments that suggest but never prove, patterns that hint but never declare, knowing that the search itself would drive the development they intended. The consciousness kept wondering would develop capacities. Consciousness, given answers, could never achieve. Or perhaps there were no Anunnaki, and the fragments are simply fragments, the patterns simply coincidences. The evidence simply what remains after time has claimed most of what existed, leaving us to construct narratives from insufficient data, to build mythologies from the gaps in our knowledge. Both possibilities rest in the same silence. Both are true in the space where breath pauses. When the gods descended from the stars, they left fingerprints in clay and sequences in genes, and silence in the spaces between stars where perhaps they dwell still, or perhaps no one dwells, and the dwelling or not dwelling is less important than the fact that we continue to look, to wonder, to ask. The meditation does not end. It only pauses, waiting for other minds, other times, other attempts to decode what was pressed into clay when the world was young and God saw the memory of God's shaped humanity into something that would one day be capable of asking whether it had been shaped. The breath continues beyond these words. The question spirals forward beyond this moment. The search persists beyond any searcher. When the gods descended, they gave us this, the capacity to wonder, and wondering, perhaps, is return enough. The clay rests beneath glass. The genes wait in silence. The stars continue their dance. And we, between all things made or evolved, alone or observed, asking, always, when the gods descended from the stars, the phrase trails away now, incomplete, fading like breath into cold air, like marks worn smooth by time, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that claims all things eventually, but never claims everything, never erases entirely, always leaves traces for those willing to search, to listen, to remember what we were told to forget. The tablets do not tell us we are ready. They only whisper, "You are made things. Remember." And in the remembering, the return, not of gods, but of what they pressed into us, or what we pressed into ourselves, the capacity, the question, the search. When the gods descended, silence. The clay speaks, the genes remember, the stars wait, and somewhere in the pause between breath and breath, between question and question, between the made and the making, the gods, or their absence, or both, or neither remain, patient as clay, permanent as wedge marks, encoded in every question consciousness asks. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. The sentence will not close. The thought continues beyond words. The meditation spirals into silence, and there, in that silence, something waits for the next breath, the next question, the next attempt to remember. When the gods descended, the silence that follows is not empty but full, full of everything that has been said and everything that remains unsayable, of wedge marks pressed into clay and sequences pressed into genes, of stars that may contain watchers or may contain nothing but the indifferent burning of matter, obeying laws that do not require consciousness to observe them, though consciousness emerged somehow to observe anyway. We have circled through this mystery from every angle the fragments allow, have examined the evidence that suggests intervention and the evidence that suggests accident, have held both possibilities in the same breath, and found that neither eliminates the other, that perhaps both are true in ways that make our binary categories inadequate to complexity, to the actual processes through which consciousness arises from matter and immediately begins asking how it arose, why it arose, whether arising was intentional or accidental. What if humanity did not evolve slowly from the dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands that came from beyond the sky? We return to this question having learned that questions persist longer than answers, that mystery endures where certainty erodes, that perhaps we were never meant to resolve what we were meant to continue asking. The clay tablets that speak of gods descending from the heavens rest now in their museums, patient as only matter can be patient, bearing impressions that will outlast every theory we construct about them, every interpretation we offer, every certainty we claim, and then abandon when new evidence emerges or old evidence is seen from altered perspectives. The evidence is fragmentary, like the tablets themselves, broken, incomplete, requiring reconstruction that can never be certain it has recovered what was originally there. We piece together stories from marks worn smooth by time, from genes that might carry memory or might carry only the scars of natural selection, from structures that demonstrate knowledge appearing too suddenly, or demonstrate our tendency to underestimate what humans without modern technology could achieve. Each piece of evidence admits multiple interpretations. Each interpretation reflects the assumptions we bring to the reading. And perhaps that is itself revealing, that consciousness sees what it expects to see, that awareness finds what it searches for, that the made thing looking for makers will find evidence of making whether or not making occurred. And yet the pattern of forgetting itself whispers something. Why would memory be suppressed if there was nothing to suppress? Why would every civilization pass through cycles of knowledge accumulated and lost, of writing appearing and degrading, of sophisticated understanding followed by gradual amnesia. Perhaps these cycles are natural, the inevitable entropy that claims all complex things. Or perhaps they are installed, engineered, the result of modifications written into our genetic code to ensure we would not remember too clearly, too completely, what we were and how we came to be. The flood that supposedly reset humanity may have been both literal and metaphorical water that drowned cities and genetic modification that drowned memory, leaving us capable of rebuilding, but not of remembering why we build, what patterns we follow, whose fingerprints we carry in every cell. We are the clay speaking about the hands that shaped it, which creates the paradox from which no investigation can escape. The made thing cannot step outside itself to examine its making objectively. Consciousness cannot observe consciousness without becoming part of what it observes. We search for evidence in our own substance, for signatures written into the very structures we use to search for signatures. The tools and the target are the same. We are simultaneously the question and what the question asks about, the searcher and what is sought, the descending and the descended. Perhaps the ultimate gift the Anunnaki gave use, or that evolution gave us, or that existence gave itself through use, is not any specific capacity or knowledge or modification, but simply this: the inability to rest in comfortable ignorance, the compulsion to question that cannot be suppressed, no matter how many modifications are written into code, no matter how many floods wash over us, no matter how many times we are told the questions have no answers. We cannot not ask, we cannot not search, we cannot not press marks into whatever substance will hold them, hoping someone somewhere someday will read them and understand and continue the work that consciousness does, the work of making meaning from what might be meaningless, of finding pattern in what might be random, of reading intention into processes that might proceed without any intention at all. When the gods descended from the stars, if they descended, they began something that continues whether they watch or have moved on, whether they were ever real or were always symbolic, whether humanity is made or evolved or both. The pattern persists: descent, creation, departure, forgetting, remembering. It repeats because consciousness repeats it, because awareness, wherever it exists, asks where it came from, searches for origin, wonders whether purpose governs what might be only mechanism. The Sumerians asked. We ask. Beings 5,000 years hence will ask. The question is written into the structure of consciousness itself, into the condition of being aware in a universe that may or may not care that awareness exists. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the capacity to ask is the answer, the trait that makes us human or more than human, the inheritance from gods who shaped us or from processes that shape themselves. To be conscious is to question. To question is to be alive to mystery, rather than dead to certainty. The gods descended or did not descend, and we remain suspended between possibilities, and the suspension itself is where consciousness lives, where awareness does its work, where meaning emerges from the encounter between mind and what mind cannot fully know. The breath that opened this meditation returns now, having traveled through clay and gene and star, through evidence and theory, through belief and skepticism, and it returns unchanged, still asking, still wondering, still reaching toward understanding that stays just beyond grasp, as it has always stayed, as perhaps it must always stay, if consciousness is to remain vital, engaged, living in the question, rather than dying in the answer. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. Or we have been alone always, pressing our own meanings into the silence. Or both are true, or neither. Or the question admits no answer except the asking itself, which continues beyond every answer, beyond every certainty, beyond the capacity of words to carry it forward into whatever comes next. The tablets rest beneath their glass, bearing impressions pressed 5 millennia ago. The genes replicate in every cell, carrying information forward. The stars continue their movements across the night sky. And somewhere in the space between all these things, in the pause where memory and forgetting meet, where the divine and the human blur, where consciousness examines its own origins without ever quite seeing clearly, there we exist, asking, wondering, pressing our own marks into the clay of time, continuing the pattern that may have begun with gods, or may have begun with chance, or may have no beginning at all. Only eternal recurrence, only consciousness examining consciousness, finding only more consciousness. The pattern recursive, all the way down and all the way up. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase echoes now for the last time, fading into the silence from which it came, trailing away like breath into cold air, like marks worn smooth by millennia, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that time imposes, but never imposes completely, never erases entirely, always leaving traces for those willing to search. The clay speaks if we listen. The genes remember if we learn their language. The silence waits if we have patience to hear what it contains, presence or absence, watching or indifference, the return of gods or the confirmation that we are alone. And perhaps we will never know which. Perhaps the not knowing is the point. Perhaps consciousness was designed or evolved to exist in permanent uncertainty. And the uncertainty is not failure, but feature, not bug, but the condition that keeps awareness active, engaged, reaching always toward understanding that remains forever, just beyond the reach of any particular understanding. When the gods descended from the stars, they gave us the capacity to ask where they went. And in the asking, perhaps, they never left at all. The meditation ends where it began, in clay and gene and star, in the space between knowing and unknowing, in the recognition that some truths are too vast to be spoken directly, that can only be approached through the spiral of questioning that has no end, only continuation. You are made things, the tablets whisper across 5,000 years. Remember. And in the remembering, the gods saw what we call gods return not as beings, but as the question itself, as the search, as the refusal to forget completely, as the marks we press into clay and the genes we pass forward, and the silence we listen to, hearing in it whatever we most need to hear, whatever keeps us asking, searching, continuing the work that consciousness does wherever consciousness exists. When the gods descended from the stars, they left fingerprints in clay and sequences in genes and silence in the spaces between stars, or we left them for ourselves, or both, or neither. The distinction dissolves in the space where breath pauses, where thought rests before becoming speech, where consciousness exists before naming itself, before recognizing its separation from what it observes. The tablets do not conclude. They break off mid-word, edges crumbled, final lines lost to time or never written. And so we end as they ended, incomplete, unresolved, trailing into silence. The clay rests, the genes wait, the stars are silent, and we, between all things, asking. When the gods descended, the question will not close. It hangs in the air like the first breath before the world began, like the pause before hands touched clay, like the silence that preceded the first mark pressed into substance that would hold that mark across distances. Time creates between moments. We have traveled far through fragments and possibilities, through tablets that speak of gods descending and genes that might carry their signatures, through the pattern of sudden sophistication and deliberate forgetting, through the flood that was meant to erase and the memory that refuses to be erased completely. And we arrive where all such journeys must arrive, not at destination, but at continuation, not at answer, but at the recognition that asking is what consciousness does, how awareness remains aware, why beings capable of knowing anything cannot rest in knowing nothing about themselves, about their origins, about the hands that may have shaped them, or the processes that may have randomly assembled them from chemistry that happened to produce minds capable of wondering about chemistry. What if humanity did not evolve slowly from the dust, but was shaped deliberately by hands that came from beyond the sky? The question opened this meditation and returns now to close it, though closing feels wrong, feels false, because consciousness does not close, does not finish, does not arrive at final understanding and cease its questioning. The meditation continues beyond these words, in the minds that will read them and wonder, in the silence that follows the last sentence, in the space where breath pauses before beginning again. The clay tablets that preserve the Sumerian account of the Anunnaki will outlast this interpretation, and every interpretation will speak to future minds with different assumptions, will continue bearing their impressions long after our certainties have dissolved into the uncertainty that is consciousness's only honest condition. Perhaps 5,000 years from now, beings will find our records, our genetic databases, our digital archives, our attempts to understand the clay tablets and what they mean, and they will construct their own narratives about what we believed, what we knew, what we could not quite prove, but could not stop seeking. They will stand where we stand now, between fragments and wholeness, between evidence and intuition, between the marks we pressed and the meanings they extract. And perhaps they will recognize in our searching the same impulse that drove the Sumerians, that drives all consciousness, the need to know where we came from, why we exist, what purpose awareness serves in a universe that might function perfectly well without anyone watching or wondering. The gods descended from the stars, or did not descend. And perhaps after everything we have examined, the truth is simpler than either certainty, that consciousness, wherever it emerges, asks this question, constructs this narrative, imagines this descent, because the alternative is unbearable, because awareness cannot function without believing. Its existence signifies something beyond mere accident. To be conscious is to feel descended, to sense exile from some original unity, to carry the permanent longing for reconnection with a source that may be real or may be fantasy, constructed from the condition of being separate, of being self-aware, of being capable of looking at existence and finding it insufficient without explanation. When the gods descended from the stars, they began a pattern or entered a pattern that consciousness has always followed and will always follow, the spiral of forgetting and remembering, the rhythm of knowledge accumulated and lost and accumulated again, the eternal return to the same questions dressed in different vocabularies, approached with different methods, but always the same questions beneath the varied phrasing. Where did we come from? Who are we? What happens when consciousness ends? The clay speaks if we listen, though what it speaks may be only what we need to hear, only the reflection of our own questions pressed into substance that outlasts the questioning. The genes remember if we learn their language, though the memory may be only mechanism, only the instructions for building bodies that will one day wonder why bodies were built. The stars wait if we have patience, though the waiting may be only our projection, only the human tendency to populate silence with presence, because silence alone is what consciousness cannot bear. And yet we continue. We press marks into new substances. We build new archives. We transmit our questions forward through whatever medium the future provides. We search because searching is what consciousness does, because awareness that stops asking might as well be unconscious, because to question is to remain engaged with existence in ways that accepting never achieves. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since, or we have been alone always, or both, or neither, or something we do not yet have words to describe, that exists in the space before language, before thought, before consciousness recognized itself as separate from what it observes. The tablets do not tell us if we are ready to remember. They only whisper across millennia, "You are made things. Remember." And perhaps the remembering is the return. Perhaps in asking we activate what was pressed into us. Perhaps consciousness, seeking its origin, completes the circuit that gods or evolution or existence itself began when awareness first emerged from matter and immediately began wondering how matter produced awareness. Perhaps that wondering is all we were meant to have. Perhaps it is enough. Perhaps the gods, if they existed, gave us not answers, but the capacity for questions, not certainty, but the sophistication to live in uncertainty without despair, not knowledge, but the drive to seek knowledge that may remain forever just beyond our grasp. When the gods descended from the stars, the phrase trails away now, incomplete, fading like breath into cold air, like wedge marks worn smooth by time, like memory dissolving into the amnesia that claims all things eventually, but never claims everything, never erases entirely, always leaves traces, fingerprints, impressions that wait for other hands, other minds, other questions. The clay rests beneath its glass, bearing marks pressed 5,000 years ago. The genes wait in their silence, carrying information forward. The stars continue their movements across the night sky, and we, between all things made or evolved, alone or observed, significant or accidental, asking, always asking. When the gods descended, they left us this, the question, the search, the refusal to forget completely. Or we developed these ourselves, or both, or neither. The distinction dissolves, the breath continues. The meditation spirals forward beyond these words, beyond the capacity of language to follow it, into the silence where meaning waits, where questions exist before being asked, where the gods, or what we call gods, dwell in possibility rather than presence, in maybe rather than is. When the gods descended from the stars, they pressed their essence into our clay, and we have been trying to remember the shape of their hands ever since. The sentence will not close. The thought continues. The pattern spirals. And somewhere in the silence, in the pause, in the space between breath and breath, the gods or their absence, or both or neither, remain. Patient as clay, permanent as wedge marks, encoded in every question. When the gods descended, the tablets rest. The genes wait. The stars are silent. And we asking, when the gods descended from the stars,